The sun has gone down over the western desert, and the light that remains is the color of old copper, thin and warm and slowly draining away. The river below you has stopped catching fire and started to darken, and as it darkens it grows wider somehow, softer at the edges, until you can no longer tell exactly where the water ends and the reeds begin. There is a breeze coming off the sand. It carries a dry warmth with it, the warmth of stone that has spent all day holding the sun and is only now beginning to let it go. The palm trees along the bank are black shapes against a sky that is still faintly blue. Their fronds move a little, unhurried, the way something moves when it has been doing the same thing in the same place for a very long time. Somewhere out on the water, a boat is being poled home, and you can hear the wood knocking gently against wood, and a voice calling something to another voice, and then nothing. The river takes the sound and carries it away downstream. Beyond the fields, where the green stops as though someone had drawn a line, the desert begins. And out there, standing on the edge of the plateau, where the living have never built their houses, are shapes that do not belong to any natural landscape. Triangles. Enormous, patient, geometrically perfect triangles, dark now against the last of the light, waiting for the stars to come out behind them. They have been waiting a very long time, longer than you might think. When the Roman legions came to this country, those pyramids were already older to them than the Roman Empire is to us. When Cleopatra looked at them, they were ancient. When Tutankhamun was carried into his tomb, they had already been standing for more than 1,000 years, and nobody alive could remember watching them go up. That is the strange thing about Egypt, and it is the thing that is easiest to forget. We tend to compress it. We take 3,000 years of continuous civilization, and we fold it into a single image, a golden mask, a river, a sphinx, and we file it under the word ancient, as though everything happened at once. It did not. Egypt lasted longer than almost anything human beings have ever built. Dynasties rose and collapsed and rose again. The language changed. The gods changed. The capital moved and moved back. Kings were worshipped and forgotten, and had their names chiseled off the walls by their own successors. Whole centuries passed in which nobody built anything at all, and then someone did, and the building was so vast that we are still trying to work out how they managed it. Tonight we are going to walk through all of it, slowly, from the very beginning, when there were no pharaohs and no pyramids and no writing, only a river and the people who learned to live beside it, all the way to a queen dying in a locked room in Alexandria, while Roman soldiers hammered on the door. Hey guys, welcome back to Sleep into Power. I am NJ, and I am very glad you are here. If this is your first time with us, here is what this channel is. Sleep into Power makes long, slow, carefully researched documentaries about history, civilization, power, psychology and mystery, and about the extraordinary stories that made us who we are. The idea is simple. Most of us are curious people who happen to be tired. We want to learn something worth knowing, but we also want to rest, and those two things are not supposed to be in competition. So the research is done properly, the story is told honestly, and the narration is slow enough that you are entirely welcome to fall asleep somewhere in the middle of it. You will not miss anything. The video will still be here tomorrow, and so will Egypt. Before we set off along the river, a few quiet things. My book, Sleep into Power, is available on Amazon, in paperback and on Kindle, and the link is down in the description. It is not a history book. It is about sleep, imagination, identity, belief and the subconscious mind, and how those quiet interior things end up shaping the direction a life actually takes. I am not going to promise you it will change everything. Books do not work like that. But if the ideas in this channel interest you, there is a good deal more of that thinking in there, laid out properly. Sleep into Power is also on Spotify. Quite a few of you have told me you prefer it that way, and I understand why. The audio versions let you listen with the screen off, which is easier on the eyes and easier on the battery, and they work well when you are traveling, resting, or already halfway to being asleep. That link is in the description too. And if you enjoy what happens on this channel, and you would like to help it keep happening, there is a Buy Me a Coffee link in the description. Scripts this long take a considerable amount of time to research and write, and there is narration, music, artwork, and editing on top of that. Anything at all makes a real difference, and I am sincerely grateful to everyone who has done it. If you would rather just listen, that is completely fine as well. You being here is already the thing that matters. One more thing, and then we begin. I genuinely do read the comments. So if you have a moment, tell me where in the world you are listening from, and what time it is where you are. Tell me whether you are wide awake, winding down, or already losing the fight. Tell me which civilization, which person, which mystery, or which unanswered question you would like me to take on next, because a great many of these documentaries started life as somebody's comment. And tell me honestly what you think could be better: the narration, the pacing, the music, the thumbnails, the subjects, any of it. Praise is lovely, and criticism is more useful, and I would rather have both than neither. If you like long, calm history documentaries, and you have not subscribed, you would be very welcome. Now, put the phone down. Let the room go dark. The river is waiting, and it has a great deal to tell us. To understand Egypt, you have to understand that it should not really exist. Look at the map of Northern Africa, and what you see, overwhelmingly, is emptiness. Sand and rock and gravel plains running for thousands of miles in every direction. A landscape so hostile to human life that for most of history, it has functioned as a wall rather than a place. And then, cutting straight through the middle of that emptiness, there is a single thread of green, a river and a narrow strip of cultivated land on either side of it, in places only a few miles across, running for hundreds of miles from the south to the sea. From the air it looks like a stem with a flower at the top, the delta spreading out where the river finally breaks apart and reaches the Mediterranean. Everything that Egypt ever was happened inside that thin green line. But the desert has not always been a desert. If you could stand in the Sahara 9 or 10,000 years ago, you would be looking at something quite different. There were grasslands out there. There were shallow lakes that filled with the seasonal rains, and around those lakes, there were animals that no longer live within 1,000 miles of the place. Giraffe, antelope, elephant, cattle. People lived out there too, herding and hunting and painting the walls of rock shelters with the things they saw. And in some of those paintings, still visible today in places so arid that nothing grows at all, there are human figures swimming. Then the rains began to fail. It was not sudden. It happened over centuries. The wet phase giving way by degrees, the lakes shrinking, and the grass thinning, and the animals moving on. And the people who had lived out in that country did what people do when the land stops feeding them. They followed the water. They moved east and they moved down, towards the one place that was not drying out, towards the river that never failed because its water came from somewhere else entirely, from monsoon rains falling on mountains far to the south that most Egyptians would never see and could scarcely imagine. So the Nile filled up with human beings, and the Nile, it turned out, was extraordinarily generous to them. Every year, with a regularity you could set a calendar by, the river rose. It began in the summer, when the rains fell on the Ethiopian highlands, and the flood came down through Nubia and spread out across the valley floor, and for weeks the fields became a shallow lake, with the villages standing above it on their little mounds like islands. Then the water withdrew, and what it left behind, spread evenly across the fields, was a layer of dark, fine, absurdly fertile silt. This is the single most important fact about ancient Egypt. The land renewed itself. In Mesopotamia, Irrigation eventually poisoned the soil with salt, and cities were abandoned because of it. In Egypt, the flood washed the salts away and laid down fresh nutrients every single year, for free, without anyone having to do anything at all, except be patient and not build too close to the water. A Greek visitor called the country the gift of the river, and although he was a foreigner making a tidy phrase, he was not wrong. Egypt was a gift, and the Egyptians knew it, and a great deal of their religion is really an elaborate and heartfelt way of saying thank you, and please do it again. They named the two halves of their world after their colors. The black land was the floodplain, the good dark soil, the place where you lived and farmed and buried your dead close by. The red land was the desert beyond it, where nothing grew, where the sun was murderous, where danger and chaos and foreigners came from. You could stand with one foot in each. That is not a metaphor. In many places along the valley, the boundary is so sharp that you can put your left heel on green irrigated earth and your right toe on sterile sand, and people have been doing exactly that for 7,000 years. The river also divided the country a second way along its length. Upper Egypt was the south, the long narrow valley squeezed between cliffs, hot and traditional and inward-looking. Lower Egypt was the north, the delta, flat and marshy and green, opening out towards the sea and towards everybody who sailed on it. The names feel backwards until you remember that upper and lower refer to the river, and the river runs north. Upper Egypt is upstream, and the river did something else, something so useful that it is easy to overlook. It made the whole country navigable in both directions, with almost no effort. The current carries you north, the prevailing wind blows south, so you drift downstream with the flow, and you raise a sail and go back up against it. And this is why the Egyptian hieroglyph for traveling south is a boat with its sail up, and the sign for traveling north is a boat with the sail down. A single highway, 700 miles long, free, reliable, running through the middle of everything. It meant that grain could be moved, that armies could be moved, that orders from a king could reach a provincial official in a matter of days rather than months. Without it, Egypt would have been a string of unrelated villages. With it, Egypt could become a state. The villages came first, of course. Long before there were kings, there were farmers, and we know them mostly through their graves, because that is what survives. They grew emmer wheat and barley, which had arrived from the Near East. They kept cattle and sheep and goats and pigs. They fished the river with nets and harpoons, and hunted birds in the marshes with throwing sticks, and gathered what the flood provided. They made pottery, and they got remarkably good at it, remarkably quickly. Archaeologists have given names to these early cultures, taken from the modern villages where their remains were first properly excavated, which is why they sound so oddly unromantic. The Badarian, in Upper Egypt, perhaps 6,500 years ago, produced a thin, hard, beautifully burnished pottery with a black rim, achieved by controlling the way air reached the pots as they fired. That is not primitive work, that is craft, done by people who cared how a thing looked. After them came the Naqada cultures, and here you can watch Egypt assembling itself. The settlements get bigger, the graves get more unequal, which is always the clearest signal that a society is developing a top and a bottom. Some people are buried with a pot or two. Others are buried with slate pallets for grinding eye paint, with combs and figurines of carved ivory, with beads of imported turquoise and lapis lazuli that came from unimaginable distances away. Copper appears. Stone vessels appear, hollowed out of hard rock with a skill that seems almost perverse. And already in these graves, you can see the beginning of the great Egyptian preoccupation. The bodies are laid on their sides, with the knees drawn up, facing a particular direction, wrapped in matting or hide, surrounded by things they would need, not things they had owned incidentally. Things they would need: food, cosmetics, weapons. Someone, thousands of years before the first pyramid, had already concluded that death was a journey rather than a full stop, and that a person could arrive at the other end unprepared. There is a grim accident of geology behind some of this. Buried directly in hot, dry sand, a body does not rot. The sand pulls the moisture out of the tissue before decay can take hold, and what you are left with is a naturally preserved corpse, skin and hair intact, recognizably a person. Those early Egyptians must have seen this happen. Graves get disturbed by animals, by floods, by robbers, by other burials. And when they looked into a reopened grave and saw a face they knew looking back at them out of the sand, unchanged, they will have drawn a conclusion. The body can last. The body is meant to last. And later, when the wealthy began building tombs with chambers and coffins that kept the sand away from the flesh, they found to their horror that the bodies inside were rotting, and so they had to invent, by trial and error over centuries, an artificial way of doing what the desert had done for nothing. By the late Naqada period, around 5,300 years ago, the villages have become towns, and the towns have become something like small kingdoms. Hierakonpolis in the south is a genuine urban center with a temple, a cemetery for the elite, breweries producing beer on an industrial scale, and a painted tomb whose walls show boats and warriors, and a figure striking down bound prisoners. Nearby, at Abydos, there are large tomb complexes belonging to rulers whose names we can partly read from labels and seal impressions. Rulers who existed before what we call the First Dynasty, and who are known, rather wonderfully, as Dynasty Zero. These local powers traded with one another, and they fought one another. The evidence for the fighting is on the objects themselves, on carved pallets and mace heads showing captured towns, dead enemies, animals of prey tearing at fallen men. Somewhere in the middle of all this competition, one line of southern rulers began to win. Every civilization gives itself an origin story, and Egypt's is a moment of joining. Two lands became one land, the south and the north, the valley and the delta, the white crown and the red crown, brought together under a single king. For the next 3,000 years, no matter what else changed, the pharaoh would be called the Lord of the Two Lands, and the union would be reenacted and re-celebrated and reasserted as though it had happened yesterday. The name traditionally attached to this is Menes, and Menes is a problem. He appears in king lists compiled long afterwards, and in the writings of Greek and Egyptian historians working thousands of years after the events they describe, and he is credited with unifying the country and founding a capital. But contemporary inscriptions from the period do not mention anybody called Menes. What they do mention is a king called Narmer, and it is Narmer who has left us the most famous artifact from the birth of Egypt. It was found at Hierakonpolis, buried in a deposit of old temple objects, and it is a ceremonial palette of dark green stone, about 2 feet high, carved on both sides. The Narmer palette. On one face, a large figure wearing the tall white crown of Upper Egypt raises a mace above a kneeling captive, whom he holds by the hair. Above them, a falcon, the god Horus, holds a rope attached to a head that rises out of a patch of papyrus, which is the plant of the delta. On the other face, the same king, now wearing the flat red crown of Lower Egypt, walks in procession towards rows of decapitated enemies. Below, 2 fantastic long-necked beasts have their necks entwined by attendants, an image that many people read as the binding together of 2 things that would otherwise fight. It is tempting to call this a photograph of the unification. It is not. It is a statement, made by a king, about the kind of king he is. The pose of the ruler, smiting a captive with a raised mace, becomes the single most enduring image in Egyptian art, repeated on temple walls for 3,000 years, still being carved for Roman emperors who never set foot in the country and could not read a word of the caption. It is not a record of a particular battle. It is a badge of office. It says, "I am the one who keeps order and destroys chaos." So what actually happened is less like a single decisive war and more like a long consolidation. Archaeology shows the material culture of Upper Egypt spreading steadily northwards through the delta over generations, sites being absorbed, the same pottery and the same burial customs appearing further and further downstream. There was almost certainly violence in it. There was also trade, marriage, alliance, negotiation, and the slow gravitational pull of a successful power on its smaller neighbors. Narmer may have completed something his predecessors had spent a century building. Menes may be a later memory that fused several kings into one convenient founder. Historians still argue about it, and they argue with good manners, because the evidence genuinely does not settle it. What is not in doubt is what came out the other side. A single kingdom, stretching from the first cataract in the south, where the river breaks over granite and boats can go no further, to the shores of the Mediterranean, and at the head of it, an office unlike anything in the world at that time. The Egyptian king was not merely a very powerful man. He was the point at which the human world and the divine world touched. He was the living Horus, the falcon god, and after death, he became identified with Osiris. He was the chief priest of every temple in the land, and although in practice other priests performed the rituals, in theory, every offering laid before every god in every sanctuary in Egypt was laid there by him. He was the commander of the army, the head of the administration, the final court of justice, and the guarantor of the flood. His fundamental job, the one that underlay all the others, was to maintain Mahat, a word that means order, truth, balance and rightness all at once, and to hold back Isfet, which is chaos, falsehood, and disorder. When the harvest failed or the enemy raided, or the country fell into civil war, the underlying explanation was always the same. Mata had slipped. To govern this new country, someone had to invent the machinery of government, and the Egyptians did it with astonishing speed. A capital was established at the apex of the delta, at the hinge between the two halves of the kingdom, at a place the Greeks later called Memphis. Its Egyptian name meant the White Walls, and it may have been quite literally that, a fortified administrative center with whitewashed mud brick fortifications, planted at the exact point where a ruler could keep one eye on the north and one on the south. And, with administration came writing. Egyptian hieroglyphs appear early and appear more or less fully formed, which is a puzzle in itself. The earliest examples we have are not literature. They are labels, small ivory and bone tags attached to goods, recording quantities, origins, years, and owners. That is what writing is for at the beginning, everywhere. Not poetry, accountancy. Someone needed to know how much oil had come in from which estate, and memory was not sufficient. The system that grew out of those labels was ingenious and awkward in equal measure. It used pictures, but the pictures were not simply pictures. Some signs stood for objects. Some stood for sounds, in the way that a drawing of an eye might stand for the sound of the word eye. Some stood for whole categories, and were added silently at the end of a word to tell you what sort of thing you were dealing with, so that you would not confuse two words that sounded identical. Vowels were mostly not written at all, which is why we do not really know how ancient Egyptian was pronounced, and why scholars insert a polite E between consonants to make the name sayable. Every version of an Egyptian name you will hear tonight, including Narmer and Khufu and Nefertiti, is a convention rather than a certainty. Learning all this took years, and the people who did it became one of the most powerful groups in the country, the scribes. They were not aristocrats by birth necessarily. They were men, and occasionally women, who had been through the schools, who could read and write and calculate, who could measure a field and assess a tax, and draft a letter and keep a record. In a kingdom where wealth was grain, and grain had to be counted, stored, redistributed, and accounted for, the man with the reed pen and the palette had leverage that no farmer could dream of. There is a famous piece of Egyptian schoolroom writing, copied out by pupils for generation after generation, in which a father explains to his son that every other profession is misery. The metalworker's fingers are like crocodile skin. The washerman stands all day in water full of crocodiles. The farmer is taxed and beaten. Only the scribe, says the text, is his own master, and the scribe does not carry a basket. It is propaganda produced by scribes for the training of future scribes, and it worked for 2,000 years. The centuries that follow unification are quiet in our telling and busy in reality. They are called the early dynastic period, and they are when Egypt stopped being an idea and became an institution. The kings of the first and second dynasties were buried at Abydos, in the desert, some way back from the river, on a low sandy plain that would remain sacred for the whole of Egyptian history because it was believed to hold the tomb of Osiris himself. Their burial complexes are large rectangular pits, lined with mud brick, roofed with timber, divided into chambers, and packed with goods. Above ground there were enormous enclosures, walled ceremonial spaces whose function is still debated, and buried beside one of them, extraordinarily, a fleet of full-sized wooden boats, laid in the sand in brick-lined graves, so that the king would not be without transport in the next world. There is a darker feature of these earliest royal tombs. Around them, in neat subsidiary graves, lie other people. Dozens of them, sometimes hundreds. Court servants, dwarfs, women of the household, and in one case, a group of dogs. The graves appear to have been filled at the same time as the kings, which strongly suggests that when an early pharaoh died, members of his household went with him. Whether they were killed or took something themselves, we cannot say. What we can say is that the practice stops. By the end of the second dynasty, it has gone, and never returns, replaced by models and statues and painted figures who would serve in effigy instead. It is one of the few places in Egyptian history where you can watch a society decide that something is no longer acceptable. The state grew steadily more elaborate. The country was divided into provinces, each with its own governor, its own local god, its own standard carried in procession. Taxes were assessed and collected in kind, in grain and cattle and linen and labor, and stored in state granaries. Every couple of years the king made a formal circuit of the country, the following of Horus, which was part royal progress, part census, part tax inspection, and part reminder to everyone concerned of who was in charge. Expeditions went out, south into Nubia for gold and stone and ivory, east into the Sinai for copper and turquoise, where inscriptions were left on the rocks recording the king's victories over the local population, in language that was probably rather grander than the events deserved. North and east along the coast towards Byblos in what is now Lebanon, for cedar wood, because Egypt had almost no decent timber of its own, and needed large beams for roofs and boats and coffins. Temples in this period were still modest, built of mud brick and reed matting and wood, with the shrine of the local god at the center and a courtyard in front. The soaring stone monuments come later, but the pattern is already there, and so is the priesthood, and so is the idea that the god lives in the statue in the innermost room, and that the statue must be washed and clothed and fed every day. And underneath all of it, in the villages, the farming year turned as it had always turned. The flood in summer, the planting as the water receded, the growing through the cool months, the harvest before the heat. Egyptians divided their year into exactly those 3 seasons, 4 months each, named after the flood, the emergence of the land, and the harvest. The state was new, the writing was new, the divine kingship was new. The rhythm underneath was older than any of it, and it would outlast all of them. Around 4,700 years ago, A king came to the throne, whose architect looked at that world of mud brick and reed, and decided to try something that had never been done before. The king was Djoser, and the architect, as far as we can tell, was a man named Imhotep. We know Imhotep existed because his name and titles were carved on the base of a statue of Djoser, which is an extraordinary honor for a commoner, and tells you how highly the king regarded him. He was chief of the sculptors, high priest of the sun god at Heliopolis, chancellor, and a good deal else besides. 1,500 years after his death, Egyptians were still praying to him. He had been quietly promoted to the status of a god of healing and wisdom, and sick people left offerings at his shrine, and scribes poured out a drop of water for him before beginning to write. Almost nobody who is not born royal manages that. What he built at Saqqara, on the desert plateau above Memphis, is the oldest large stone structure on Earth. Until then, royal tombs had been mastabas, from the Arabic word for a bench, which is what they look like. Low, flat-topped, rectangular structures of mud brick, covering a shaft that led down to the burial chamber. Impressive, but earthbound. What Imhotep did, apparently in stages and apparently changing his mind partway through, was to build a stone mastaba and then put another smaller one on top of it, and then another, and another, until there were 6 of them stacked one upon the next, rising 200 feet above the desert, a staircase for a dead king to climb into the sky. The step pyramid did not stand alone. Around it, Imhotep laid out an entire walled complex, more than 1,000 feet long, with courts and chapels and dummy buildings, and here is the detail that gives the whole thing away. The stone is carved to look like something else. There are columns shaped like bundled reeds. There are ceilings cut to imitate wooden logs. There are stone doors, permanently open, complete with imitation hinges, that could never move because they are solid rock. Imhotep was translating the temporary architecture of mud brick and plant material into a permanent material, taking the festival pavilions of a living king and freezing them so that the dead king could use them forever. Stone had been used before for small things. Nobody had ever attempted anything on this scale. It required quarrying on a new level, a workforce organized on a new level, and above all an administration capable of feeding, housing, and directing thousands of people for years at a time. The step pyramid is often described as an architectural achievement, and it is, but it is at least as much an administrative one. Egypt had discovered that it could concentrate an enormous quantity of human effort onto a single point. Having discovered it, Egypt could not leave it alone. The next great leap belongs to a king called Sneferu, who founded the 4th dynasty, and who built, by any measure, more stone than anybody else in Egyptian history. Not the largest pyramid, the most pyramid. Sneferu is responsible for something in the region of 3.5 million cubic meters of masonry, more than his son Khufu, and he did it by building at least 3 enormous pyramids and possibly finishing a 4th, and by getting it wrong twice before he got it right. At Midam he began, or perhaps took over, a stepped structure, and then attempted to fill in the steps to create a true smooth-sided pyramid. Today, it stands as a strange tower rising out of an immense mound of its own collapsed casing. Whether it fell during construction or slid slowly over centuries afterwards is still argued about. Either way, something did not hold. At Dashur he began again, on fresh ground, with a true pyramid planned from the start. It rose at an ambitious angle of around 54 degrees, and then, roughly halfway up, the builders stopped and changed the angle to a much shallower 43, so that the finished monument has a distinct kink in its profile. It is called the Bent Pyramid, and it is one of the most human objects in Egypt, because you can see the moment of alarm in it. Cracks had appeared in the internal chambers. The ground beneath was less stable than they had hoped. Someone made a decision, halfway to the sky, to reduce the load and finish the thing safely rather than beautifully. It is also the only large pyramid that retains most of its original polished limestone casing, and in the right light it still gleams. Then, a mile or so away, Sneferu built the Red Pyramid, named for the reddish tone of the local stone exposed once the white casing was stripped away in later centuries. Its designers used the safer shallow angle from the beginning. It is the first successful true pyramid, and inside it, there are 3 chambers with soaring corbelled ceilings, courses of stone stepping inwards until they meet, a technique that spreads the weight and creates a space that feels far larger than its footprint. 3 pyramids, 1 reign, each one a lesson learned from the last. And by the end of it, Egyptian builders knew how to do something no one had known how to do a generation earlier. Sneferu's son took that knowledge to Giza. Khufu, whom the Greeks called Cheops, ruled for somewhere in the region of 23 years, and about him personally we know almost nothing. There is exactly 1 confirmed image of him that survives, a small ivory figurine 3 inches high, found not in a royal tomb, but in a temple deposit at Abydos. The man who built the largest stone monument on the planet is represented for us by a thumb-sized statuette with a chipped face. The gods have a sense of humor. The pyramid itself is difficult to write about because the numbers stop meaning anything. It stood originally around 146 meters high, and for over 3,500 years, it was the tallest structure built by human beings anywhere on Earth. Nothing overtook it until the cathedral builders of medieval Europe, and they were building thin spires, not solid mass. It contains something like 2 1/3 million blocks of limestone, with an average weight of well over 2 tons, and granite beams in the upper chambers that weigh 50 or 60 tons each, and were brought from Aswan, 500 miles upriver. The base covers 13 acres, and is level to within a couple of centimeters across its entire span. The 4 sides are aligned to true north, south, east, and west, to within a fraction of a degree, achieved without a compass, almost certainly by watching the stars and bisecting the rising and setting points of particular ones, or by careful observation of shadows. The 4 base sides differ from one another in length by a matter of centimeters out of 230 meters. This is not luck. This is surveying of a quality that would satisfy a modern engineer. Inside, the arrangement is unusual and appears to have been changed during construction. There is a chamber cut into the bedrock beneath, unfinished. There is a chamber in the body of the pyramid, misleadingly called the Queen's Chamber by early European explorers for no good reason. And there is the Great Gallery, a long, steeply rising passage with a corbelled roof 26 feet high, leading to a chamber lined entirely in granite that holds a single lidless granite sarcophagus. Above that chamber are 5 separate compartments stacked one on top of another, ending in a pointed roof of massive sloping beams, designed to divert the crushing weight of the masonry above out to the sides. And how was it built? Here we must be careful, because this is the point where nonsense flourishes. We know a great deal. We know where the stone came from, because the quarries are there on the plateau, with the marks of copper chisels and the wedge slots still visible. We know they used copper tools, wooden sledges, ramps, levers, ropes of papyrus and palm fiber, and vast quantities of organized human labor. We have found the remains of ramps at other sites. We have found sledges. We have found a papyrus archive, discovered at a Red Sea port and dated to the final years of Khufu's reign, which is the oldest inscribed papyrus ever found, and which contains the working diary of a man named Mera, an inspector in charge of a team of about 40 men. Mera records his work over several months. He is transporting fine white limestone by boat from the quarries at Tura, across the river, to the building site at Giza. He notes the loads, the trips, the officials he reports to. It is the most ordinary document imaginable, and it is thrilling, because it is a logistics record from the construction of the Great Pyramid, written by a man who was there. What we do not know for certain is the exact configuration of the ramps. A single straight ramp to the top would have needed to be longer and more massive than the pyramid itself. Spiraling ramps around the outside create problems for the surveyors who need to sight the corners. Internal ramps have been proposed on the basis of density anomalies detected by modern scanning. There are serious, competing, evidence-based theories and no consensus. That is a real mystery, and it is worth sitting with, because it is far more interesting than the fake ones. What we can now say with confidence is, who did the work? In the 1990s, excavations south of the Sphinx uncovered a workers' settlement, and beside it, a cemetery. The town had bakeries capable of producing bread on an industrial scale, breweries, storerooms, and long galleries that seem to have been dormitories. Bones from the site show that the workforce ate meat regularly, a great deal of cattle and sheep and goat, which was not the diet of the destitute. The cemetery contains the graves of workers and supervisors, arranged with care, with small mud brick tombs and inscriptions giving names and titles. Skeletons show healed fractures, spinal compression from carrying heavy loads, and evidence of set bones and even successful surgery. Somebody was treating these people when they were injured. Graffiti left by the work gangs survives inside the monuments, painted in red on blocks that were never meant to be seen again. The gangs gave themselves names. One team called themselves the Friends of Khufu. Another, working on Menkao's pyramid, called themselves the Drunkards of Menkaure. These are not the jokes of people in chains. The old story, that the pyramids were built by hundreds of thousands of enslaved foreigners under the whip, comes to us largely from a Greek writer working 2,000 years after the fact, repeating what he was told by guides who were themselves guessing, and it has been comprehensively contradicted by the archaeology. The reality appears to be a permanent skilled core of perhaps a few thousand craftsmen, quarrymen and engineers, supplemented by much larger numbers of ordinary Egyptians, serving rotations of compulsory labor service, probably concentrated in the flood season when the fields were underwater and there was no farming to be done anyway. That obligation was not voluntary. This was not a paid workforce in any modern sense, and refusing was not an option. But it was a national project, provisioned by the state, and the men who died on it were buried in the shadow of the thing they had built, which is not how you treat property. Beside Khufu's pyramid, in sealed pits, were buried more boats. One was excavated in the 1950s, more than 1,000 pieces of cedar, and reassembled into a graceful vessel, 143 feet long, held together with rope rather than nails. It had been in the ground for 4,500 years, and it smelled, when the pit was opened, faintly of cedar. Khufu's son Khafre built the second pyramid at Giza. It is slightly smaller, but it stands on higher ground, and it keeps a cap of its original casing at the summit, so it looks taller, and photographs of the plateau usually flatter it. Khafre's complex is better preserved than his father's, and it includes a valley temple built of enormous granite blocks with a floor of polished alabaster, austere and undecorated, and quietly overwhelming. And in the quarry beside it, carved from a single knuckle of limestone left in the ground, because the stone there was poor, lies the Sphinx. It is 240 feet long and 66 feet high, the body of a lion and the head of a king, wearing the royal headcloth and, once, a false beard, fragments of which sit in museums today. Most Egyptologists attribute it to Khafre, on the basis of its position within his complex, the causeway that runs past it, and the style of the face. A minority argue for Khufu or for an earlier date. It has been buried in sand up to its neck for most of its existence, which is why the head is far more weathered than the body, and which is why it survives at all. Between its paws stands a granite slab, put there by a much later king, Thutmose IV. more than 1,000 years after the Sphinx was carved. It records a dream. The young prince, out hunting, fell asleep in the shadow of the great head, and the god spoke to him and asked him to clear away the sand that was choking him, and promised him the throne in return. Whether the dream happened, or whether it was a convenient story for a prince who may not have been the obvious heir, we cannot know. But it tells you something wonderful. Even in the age of Tutankhamun, the Sphinx was already an ancient, half-buried, mysterious relic from an unimaginably distant past. Menkaure, Khafre's successor, built the third and much smaller pyramid. The reduction in scale is usually explained by economics. Building at Khufu's level, for decades on end, may simply have been more than the country could sustain. The lower courses of Menkaure's pyramid were cased in granite rather than limestone, and much of it was never finished, and from his valley temple came some of the most beautiful sculpture of the Old Kingdom, including a series of slate triads showing the king with the goddess Hathor and provincial deities, calm and confident and startlingly alive. It is easy, standing in front of these things, to ask how, and to forget to ask why. They were tombs, that much is certain, whatever else they may also have been, and the ancillary structures make the purpose plain. Each pyramid was the center of a complex, a valley temple down near the river, where the body arrived by water, a covered causeway running up the escarpment, a mortuary temple against the pyramid's eastern face, where priests would make offerings to the dead king in perpetuity, endowed with land and staff, smaller pyramids for queens, rows of mastabas for the great officials of the court, laid out in streets, so that even in death, the hierarchy held its shape. But the form itself carried meaning. The Egyptians believed that at the beginning of the world, the waters of chaos had covered everything, and that the first thing to exist was a mound of earth rising out of them, on which the Creator God stood. Every temple in Egypt was, in some sense, a model of that first mound. A pyramid is a mound made permanent and made perfect. There is a solar dimension too. The sun cult at Heliopolis was rising in importance through the 4th and 5th dynasties, and from the 4th dynasty onwards, the king's titles include the phrase, Son of Ra. Some scholars see the sloping sides as a ramp of sunlight made solid, the shafts of light that fall through broken cloud onto the desert, a ladder for the king to ascend. At the top of each pyramid sat a capstone, sometimes cased in gilded stone, which would have caught the first and last light of every day and burned above the plateau like a small sun. We know something about what the king was expected to do up there, because the 5th dynasty began to inscribe the walls of the burial chambers with spells. These are the pyramid texts, the oldest religious writings of any length in the world. They are not narrative. They are utterances, hundreds of them, to be spoken for and by the dead king, protective formulas, offering lists, instructions for the journey, declarations of what the king has become. He climbs to the sky on a ladder, or on the smoke of incense. He crosses a winding waterway. He joins the imperishable stars, the circumpolar ones that never set. He is ferried by a boatman who must be persuaded. In some passages, the language is startlingly aggressive, the king seizing power from the gods themselves. In others, it is tender, a mother goddess reaching down for her son. They are strange, difficult, beautiful texts, and they are the seed from which everything else in Egyptian funerary religion grows. While all this was going on, most Egyptians were farming. The Old Kingdom state ran on grain. Land was surveyed, its yield estimated, and a proportion taken by the state and stored. Officials assessed the height of the flood at measuring stations, the nilometers, because the height of the flood determined the size of the harvest and therefore the level of taxation. Too low a flood meant famine. Too high a flood swept away villages and dikes. The narrow band between was where a civilization lived. Society had a shape you could draw. At the top, the king and the royal family. Below them, a small class of great officials, viziers, treasurers, overseers of works, many of them royal relatives in the early period, and increasingly professional administrators later. Below them, the enormous body of scribes, priests, and middle-ranking officials who actually ran the country. Below them, craftsmen, and below them the vast majority, farmers, herders, fishermen, laborers, and their families. There were also servants and enslaved people, prisoners of war and debtors, though large-scale chattel slavery of the kind familiar from the classical world was not the basis of the Egyptian economy. The tombs of the officials are our window onto all of it, because their walls are covered with scenes of daily life. Cattle being driven through a ford while a herdsman recites a spell against crocodiles, men treading grapes, fishermen quarreling with poles, a scribe recording the harvest while a peasant is beaten for arrears, butchers, bakers, brewers, carpenters, goldsmiths, boys wrestling, girls dancing, musicians with harps and flutes. Do not mistake these for photographs either. They were carved to guarantee that these things would continue to exist for the tomb owner forever, magically renewed. But they were carved by people who had seen them, and the detail is real, and there is affection in it. The Old Kingdom lasted something like 500 years, and then it came apart. There was no single catastrophe. There was a long accumulation of pressures, and the last of the great kings sat in the middle of it. Pepi II is credited by later tradition with a reign of 94 years, which would make him the longest reigning monarch in recorded history. Modern scholars are skeptical, and many prefer something closer to 64, which is still an extremely long time. Either way, the effect is the same. A king who came to the throne as a small child and died as a very old man, outliving his heirs, presiding for decades over an administration that no longer had any reason to fear him. Meanwhile, the provincial governors had been getting stronger. In the early Old Kingdom, they were appointed and moved at the king's pleasure, and were buried near the king. By the late Old Kingdom, the office had become hereditary in practice, and the governors were building large decorated tombs in their own provinces, and describing themselves in their inscriptions in language that had once been reserved for royalty. Wealth and loyalty were draining out to the edges. At the same time, the state was carrying enormous permanent costs. Every royal funerary complex came with an endowment of land and personnel, tax-exempt, in perpetuity. Every temple did the same. Century after century, more and more of Egypt's productive land was locked up in maintaining the cults of the dead, and could not be taxed to pay for the living. And then there is the climate. Evidence from lake sediments, from Nile flood records, and from studies across the eastern Mediterranean and the Near East points to a period of significant aridity around 4,200 years ago. Lower rainfall in the Ethiopian highlands means lower floods in Egypt. Several consecutive low floods would mean crop failure, and crop failure in a system that had no reserve would mean hunger. Some scholars regard this as the decisive factor. Others treat it as one pressure among several, arguing that a strong state could have absorbed it and a weakening one could not. The honest position is that it contributed and that we cannot weigh it precisely. What followed is called the First Intermediate Period, a phrase that sounds administrative and covers roughly a century and a half of fragmentation. The central government at Memphis lost effective control. Kings continued to be listed, sometimes several at once, some reigning for a matter of weeks. Real power passed to regional strongmen who fought one another over territory and water and cattle. The literature written afterwards paints it as an apocalypse. Texts describe the land turning upside down, the poor wearing fine linen, tombs standing open, the river running with blood, nobody plowing because everyone says we do not know what will happen. These are powerful, disturbing pieces of writing, and they were composed later by people with an interest in emphasizing how much better order was than disorder. They are political arguments as much as descriptions. The archaeology tells a more complicated story. Yes, there was famine in places, and violence, and the great royal workshops fell silent, and the quality of elite craftsmanship dropped sharply, because the centralized training and supply that had sustained it no longer existed. But in many provinces, life carried on, and in some respects improved. Local governors, no longer sending their surplus to Memphis, spent it at home. Regional art styles flourished, rougher than the perfect court style, but often livelier. Ordinary people began to be buried with coffins and grave goods and funerary spells that had once been the exclusive property of kings. That last point matters enormously, and we will come back to it. When central authority collapsed, the monopoly on eternity collapsed with it. Picture the Giza Plateau in those years. The mortuary temples still standing, but the offerings arriving irregularly or not at all. The priesthood dwindling, sand beginning its patient work, drifting against the causeway walls, filling the courtyards. The great pyramids, exactly as immense as they had ever been, and no longer at the center of anything. At night there would have been no lamps up there at all, only the stars coming out over 3 mountains of stone that a fractured country could no longer explain to itself. Down south, though, in a provincial town on a bend of the river, a family of local rulers was beginning to think bigger. The town was called Waset. The Greeks would call it Thebes. The man who put Egypt back together was called Mentuhotep II, and he took his time about it. He came to power in Thebes as one of several competing rulers, and for the first decade or so of his reign, he behaved like a regional prince. Then, gradually, the campaigns began, north against the rival dynasty based at Heracleopolis, and after some 50 years on the throne, he was ruler of the whole country. He marked the change in the way Egyptian kings always did, by adopting new names, and the ones he chose translate roughly as the one who gives heart to the two lands and the uniter of the two lands. He knew exactly what he had done and what it echoed. His mortuary temple, cut into the great bay of cliffs at Deir el-Bahri, on the west bank opposite Thebes, was something new. Terraces rising against the rock face, colonnades, a forest of pillars, and a tomb driven deep into the cliff behind. It is largely ruined now, standing beside the much better preserved temple that a queen would build alongside it 500 years later. But in its day, it was the most ambitious building in Egypt for centuries. Nearby, in a shaft, were found the bodies of 60 soldiers, wrapped in linen, killed by arrows and by blows from above, presumably at the siege of a town. They were given a burial of honor near their king. They are a reminder that the reunification was not a paperwork exercise. The dynasty that followed, the 12th, was founded by a vizier called Amenemhat, who took the throne under circumstances that were probably not entirely constitutional. He moved the capital north again, to a new city near the entrance to the Fayum, well placed to govern the whole country rather than favor the south. And he introduced a practice that would keep the dynasty remarkably stable for 2 centuries. He made his son co-regent while he was still alive, so that the succession was settled before it was tested. It did not entirely protect him. There is an Egyptian literary work, The Instruction of Amenemhat, in which the dead king addresses his son and warns him bitterly to trust nobody, describing an attack in the palace at night while he slept. Whether this is an accurate record of an assassination or a piece of political literature composed at the start of the new reign to justify a hard line, scholars disagree. It is one of many places where Egyptian evidence hovers between history and propaganda and refuses to come down on either side. But what the 12th dynasty built was not a copy of the Old Kingdom. It was tougher, more practical, more suspicious, and in some ways more impressive. They still built pyramids, but with cores of mud brick or sandfill dressed in stone, which is why most of them are now shapeless brown lumps. The money went elsewhere. It went into land reclamation in the Fayum, where a natural depression fed by a branch of the Nile was drained and regulated to create thousands of acres of superb farmland. It went into a canal cut through the granite at the first cataract to let ships pass. And it went, above all, into Nubia. Egypt had always looked south for gold, ivory, ebony, incense, hard stone, and soldiers. Now it took the territory outright. A chain of enormous mud-brick fortresses was thrown up along the river between the second and third cataracts, each within signaling distance of the next, with ditches, bastions, covered stairways down to the water, and garrisons that were rotated from Egypt. They are among the most sophisticated military architecture anywhere in the world at that date, and their purpose was not only defensive. A surviving dispatch records officials reporting the movements of Nubians who came to trade and were turned back after their business was done, and forbidding any Nubian vessel to pass north beyond the frontier. This was a controlled border, monitored and administered 4,000 years ago. Trade also went east and south by sea. Expeditions sailed down the Red Sea to a place the Egyptians called Punt, somewhere on the coast of what is now Eritrea, Somalia, or Sudan, and came back with incense trees, myrrh, gold, ebony, and exotic animals. Egyptian goods traveled to Crete and the Levant, and objects from those places came back. But the achievement of the Middle Kingdom that outlived everything else was its literature. This was the period Egyptians themselves later regarded as the classical age of their language. Scribes copied its texts for 1,000 years afterwards as models of good style, the way English-speaking schools once copied out Shakespeare. And the stories are genuinely good. The finest is the tale of Sinuhe, a court official, hearing by accident of the old king's death and panicking for reasons he never fully explains, flees Egypt and ends up among the tribes of the Levant. He prospers there. He marries, has sons, becomes a chief, defeats a champion in single combat, and he is homesick, unbearably, for decades, because he knows that to die abroad is to be buried in a sheepskin in foreign soil, with no proper rights, and that terrifies him more than any enemy. Eventually the king summons him home, and the old man comes back, and the account of him being scrubbed and shaved and dressed in fine linen and given a tomb is written with such feeling that you understand what Egypt meant to an Egyptian. It is a story about exile and belonging, and it was written nearly 4,000 years ago, and it still works. Other texts are stranger. There is the Shipwrecked Sailor, in which a man is cast up alone on an island and meets an enormous serpent covered in gold, who tells him a sad story and sends him home laden with gifts, and the island vanishes beneath the waves. There is the Eloquent Peasant, in which a man robbed on the road petitions an official 9 times in language so beautiful that the official deliberately withholds justice in order to hear him keep speaking. There are wisdom texts, fathers instructing sons in how to behave. Do not be arrogant because of your learning. Do not repeat gossip. Be careful how you treat a petitioner, because a man may plead for years. Be silent more than you speak. There is a dialogue between a man and his own soul, in which the man is so weary of life that he longs for death, and his soul argues with him about it. That text is around 4,000 years old, and there is nothing in it that a person in genuine despair today would find unfamiliar. The Middle Kingdom also changed what happened after death, and changed it permanently. In the Old Kingdom, the elaborate spells of the pyramid texts had been carved for kings alone. Now versions of them, expanded and rewritten, began appearing painted on the inside of the wooden coffins of officials, and then of people well below the top rank. We call them the coffin texts, and the shift they represent is enormous. The afterlife had been nationalized. Anybody who could afford a decent coffin and a competent priest could now equip themselves for the journey. At the same time, Osiris rose. He had always been there, but now he became the central figure of the funerary religion and the ruler of the dead, and his cult center at Abydos became a place of pilgrimage. Egyptians who could not be buried there set up small memorial stones so that they could participate in the annual festival forever by proxy. The dead person no longer merely joined the stars with the king. The dead person became an Osiris, was judged, and if justified, lived. And beneath the literature and the theology, in the towns, ordinary life went on in a way we can see unusually clearly, because one Middle Kingdom town, built to house the workers and officials attached to a royal pyramid, has been excavated in detail. Mud brick houses along straight streets, small dwellings of a few rooms for the workers, sprawling mansions of dozens of rooms for the officials, all in the same settlement, the inequality laid out in floor plans. Women in Egypt had a legal standing that would have astonished a Greek or a Roman woman. They could own property in their own names, buy and sell it, inherit it, and leave it to whomever they chose. They could bring cases in court and give evidence. They could initiate divorce, and there were arrangements for the division of property when a marriage ended. Marriage itself seems to have involved no religious ceremony at all, but rather the moving in together and the drawing up, sometimes, of a contract concerning property. None of which means Egypt was equal. Public office was overwhelmingly male, literacy was overwhelmingly male, and a woman's expected role was household and children. But the legal personhood was real, and it was unusual. Medicine was a genuine profession, with named practitioners and specialists. Mathematics was practical and impressive. They could calculate the volume of a truncated pyramid, work with fractions in a peculiar system that used only unit fractions, and handle the geometry needed to survey a field whose boundary markers had just been washed away by a flood. Their calendar had 365 days, 12 months of 30, with 5 extra days added at the end. And because they never added a leap day, it drifted slowly against the seasons across the centuries, a discrepancy they knew about and lived with. They watched the sky closely. The heliacal rising of Sirius, its first reappearance in the dawn sky after weeks of invisibility, fell close to the beginning of the inundation, and they used it as a marker of the year's turn. They divided the night by the rising of particular star groups, and the day by shadow clocks and by water clocks, vessels with a small hole that drained at a measured rate. Their hours were not of equal length as ours are. The day was divided into 12, regardless of season, so summer hours were longer than winter ones. It is a very Egyptian solution. The pattern matters more than the arithmetic. The 12th dynasty ended in the ordinary way, with a run of shorter reigns, and the 13th dynasty that followed had a great many kings in a short time, which usually means the throne was being contested rather than inherited. Central authority weakened again, and this time, something happened that had never happened before. Part of Egypt fell under foreign rule. For centuries, people from the Levant had been coming into the eastern delta. Some came as traders, some as craftsmen, some as workers, some as prisoners of war, and some presumably just because the delta was fertile and their own land was not. They settled. They kept some of their own customs, burying donkeys outside tomb entrances, using distinctive weapons and pottery, worshipping their own gods alongside Egyptian ones. Excavations at Avaris in the eastern delta show an increasingly large, prosperous, culturally mixed town over generations. And at some point, as Egyptian central power faded, the leading families of that community stopped being subjects and started being rulers. The Egyptians called them Hatshepsut, rulers of foreign lands, which the Greeks garbled into Hyksos. They took over the delta and ruled from Avaris for something over a century, and they did it in a way that does not fit the invasion story at all. They wrote in hieroglyphs, They took Egyptian royal titles and wrote their names in cartouches. They worshipped Seth, an Egyptian god, identifying him with a storm god of their own homeland. They kept Egyptian administrative practice. They collected Egyptian texts. One of the most important surviving Egyptian mathematical papyri was copied during Hyksos rule. There may have been a violent seizure of power at some moment. There may have been a gradual takeover of a country that had stopped governing itself effectively. The evidence currently favors the second, with the first as a possible finishing move, and the older picture of chariot-riding barbarians sweeping in and conquering a peaceful land has been largely abandoned. What is certain is that they brought technology and that Egypt paid attention. The horse and the light two-wheeled chariot arrive in this period. So does the composite bow, built up from wood, horn, and sinew, which delivers far more power for its size than a simple wooden bow. So do better bronze working techniques, new types of dagger and axe, and improved looms. Egypt had been insulated for 1,000 years by its deserts and its river. It now discovered that the outside world had been busy. South of the Hyksos territory, the Theban kings continued to rule Upper Egypt, sometimes as vassals, sometimes as tolerated neighbors. And further south still, the kingdom of Kush at Kerma had grown powerful and was in contact with the Hyksos, which meant Thebes was caught between two rivals who could talk to each other. The War of Liberation, when it came, was long and it was hard. We have the mummy of Seqenenre, a Theban king of the period, and it is one of the most disturbing objects in Egyptology. His skull carries multiple wounds: a blow from an axe across the forehead, a cut above the eye, a stab behind the ear, damage consistent with being struck from several directions by several weapons, some of them of foreign type. There is no sign of any defensive injury to his arms. He either died in battle, surrounded, or was killed while restrained. His body was embalmed hastily and unusually. The most likely reading is that he was killed in the fighting against the Hyksos, and that his people got his body back with difficulty. His successor, Kamose, took up the war and left inscriptions about it that give us a rare, vivid, first-person royal voice. He complains that he sits between an Asiatic and a Nubian, each holding a slice of Egypt, and that he cannot pass a man by as far as Memphis without being humiliated. His counselors advise caution, he overrules them. He describes sailing north, taking towns, intercepting a messenger carrying a letter from the Hyksos king to the ruler of Kush, proposing a joint attack, and reading it with satisfaction. He did not finish the job. His brother Ahmose did. Over a series of campaigns, Ahmose took Avaris, drove the Hyksos out of Egypt, pursued them into southern Palestine, and besieged them there, and then turned around and campaigned deep into Nubia to make sure the southern threat was dealt with too. We know a great deal about these wars because a marine officer, also called Ahmose, had the account of his own career carved in his tomb, listing the campaigns he fought in, the hands he took as proof of kills, and the gold and land and captives he was awarded. It is the memoir of a professional soldier who served 3 kings and lived to be old. And so Egypt was reunited a second time, but the country that emerged from that war was not the country that had gone into it. It had been invaded. It had spent a century humiliated. It had learned that the desert was not a wall after all. Its response was to build the largest empire the Near East had yet seen, and to hold its enemies as far from the delta as possible. The 18th dynasty is the Egypt most people picture when they picture Egypt. Not the pyramid builders who were already 1,000 years dead, but this: gold and chariots and painted tombs and colossal temples, Karnak and Luxor, Hatshepsut and Akhenaten, and Tutankhamun and Ramses, the Valley of the Kings, the empire. The army changed first. Egypt now had a permanent professional force, organized into divisions named after gods, with a chariotry arm that was expensive, prestigious, and dominated by the elite, since a chariot with its horses cost roughly what a small estate cost. Infantry carried spears, axes, and the curved khopesh sword. Archers used the composite bow. Scribes went along to count everything, including the dead. Career soldiers could be rewarded with land, gold flies of valor, and captives assigned to their households. Kings campaigned personally and campaigned regularly, north into Canaan and Syria, and south into Nubia. Nubia was administered directly, under a viceroy whose title was King's Son of Cush, and its gold made Egypt the wealthiest state in the region by a considerable margin. The Levant was handled differently, through local rulers left in place as vassals, bound by oath, taxed in tribute, and kept honest by the practice of taking their sons to Egypt to be educated at court, where they were treated well, and where they were also, unmistakably, hostages. The wealth came home to Thebes. Karnak is the largest religious complex ever built by anyone. It grew over 2,000 years, king after king adding pylons, courts, halls, obelisks, chapels, until it covered an area you could fit several cathedrals inside, with room to spare. Its great hypostyle hall contains 134 columns, the tallest of them nearly 70 feet high, with capitals broad enough to hold dozens of people standing. Walking into it is like walking into a stone forest planted by something much larger than a person, with light falling in bars from clerestory windows and the columns disappearing upwards into shadow. It was painted, all of it, in colors that would strike a modern eye as gaudy, and traces of that paint still cling to the protected undersides of the architraves. A little way south, connected by an avenue lined with sphinxes, stands Luxor Temple, more restrained and more elegant. And every year, at the festival of Opet, the statue of the god Amun was carried out of Karnak in a golden bark on the shoulders of priests, along that avenue, or up the river, to visit Luxor, with crowds and music and dancers and enormous distributions of bread and beer, paid for by the temple. Egyptian religion was not usually a public activity, but on festival days the god came out, and everyone got to see. All this made the priesthood of Amun immensely powerful. They controlled land, herds, ships, workshops, granaries, and thousands of dependent workers, and the endowments were permanent. Every victorious campaign added to them, because a proper king dedicated a share of his plunder to the god who had granted the victory. Over the course of the new kingdom, this quiet accumulation would become a political fact that kings could not ignore, and one king would try to destroy it altogether. And on the west bank, across the river where the sun went down, the royal burials moved. Pyramids had been advertisements, and advertisements attract thieves. By the new kingdom, every royal pyramid in Egypt had been robbed, some of them within living memory of the burial. So the kings of the 18th dynasty tried concealment instead. In a dry valley behind the cliffs of Deir el-Bahri, overlooked by a natural pyramid-shaped peak, they cut their tombs down into the rock, a sloping corridor, stairways, pillared halls, a burial chamber, all of it painted with the texts and images of the underworld journey, and the entrance sealed and hidden under rubble. The mortuary temples where the offerings were made were built separately, out on the plain, miles from the tombs themselves, so that the ritual and the body were no longer in the same place. It was a clever solution. It did not work either, in the end, but it worked longer, and it gave us the Valley of the Kings. Hatshepsut was the daughter of one king, the wife and half-sister of the next, and when he died, she became regent for a stepson who was still a small child. That was an entirely conventional arrangement. What happened next was not. Somewhere around the 7th year of the regency, Hatshepsut had herself crowned. Not queen, king. She took the full royal titulary, 5 names, the works. She appears in official art in the kilt and headcloth of a pharaoh, often with the ceremonial false beard, and in the inscriptions, the grammar wobbles between male and female forms because the language simply had no template for what she was doing. It is important not to read this as a disguise. Nobody in Egypt was fooled about her sex, and some texts refer to her with feminine endings while showing her in male regalia in the same breath. The iconography of kingship was male because kings had been male. To be king was to wear those things. She was claiming an office, not pretending to be a man. She built her claim carefully. In her temple she had carved a story of divine birth, in which the god Amun visits her mother in the guise of her father, and she is conceived as the god's own child, destined for the throne. She emphasized her father's supposed intention that she should rule. She surrounded herself with capable officials, most notably a man named Senenmut, who held a remarkable number of titles, including tutor to her daughter, and who was permitted to place small images of himself in hidden corners of her temple, and about whose relationship with the queen there has been a great deal of unfounded speculation across the last century, and no evidence whatsoever. Her reign was prosperous and, by the standards of the age, peaceful. She undertook some military activity in Nubia, but she did not spend her 20-odd years fighting. She spent them building and trading. Her mortuary temple at Deir el-Bahri, beside the much older one of Mentuhotep, is one of the most beautiful buildings of the ancient world and looks unnervingly modern. 3 broad terraces of white limestone colonnades, ramps rising between them, set directly against a wall of golden cliffs several hundred feet high. Nothing about it is fussy. It works entirely through proportion and through its relationship to the rock behind it. Along one colonnade, she recorded her expedition to Punt, 5 ships sailing out and coming back low in the water, loaded with incense trees in baskets with their root balls wrapped, with ebony, ivory, gold, apes and leopard skins. The reliefs include a portrait of the Queen of Punt, drawn with the same careful realism as everything else, showing a woman of very substantial size, which has provoked 150 years of speculation about medical conditions, and rather less consideration of the possibility that the artist simply drew what he saw. Hatshepsut planted the incense trees in front of her temple, and the pits where they stood can still be seen. She raised obelisks at Karnak, single shafts of granite quarried at Aswan, one of them nearly 100 feet tall and weighing several hundred tons, tipped with electrum to catch the sun. In the quarry at Aswan there is another, larger one, still attached to the bedrock, abandoned because a crack ran through it, and you can walk along its side and see exactly how they were cut. Then she died, and about 20 years later, someone began removing her. Her images were hacked out of temple walls, her cartouches were chiseled away, or overwritten with the names of her father, her husband, or her stepson. Her statues were smashed and thrown into a pit near her temple, where they were found in fragments in the 20th century and painstakingly reassembled. For a long time this was told as a story of hatred. Thutmose III kept from his throne for 2 decades, taking revenge the moment he could. The trouble with that reading is the timing. The erasure did not begin immediately upon her death. It began around 20 years later, when Thutmose III was an old man near the end of his own reign. That is a very long time to nurse a grudge, and it does not look like rage. The current preference among historians is for something colder and more political. Hatshepsut's reign created a precedent that a woman could take the throne, and more particularly that a regent could convert a regency into a kingship. If you had a succession to secure, and possibly a son of your own to place on the throne, that precedent was dangerous. Removing her from the record removed the precedent. It is also noticeable that the erasure was inconsistent and incomplete, concentrated in public places, and largely ignoring inscriptions in areas that would be sealed or unseen, which suggests an official policy carried out at a certain level rather than a personal vendetta pursued to the last stone. We may have her body. A mummy found in a modest tomb in the Valley of the Kings, an obese middle-aged woman with bad teeth, was tentatively identified as Hatshepsut in 2007, when a molar in a box bearing her name was found to fit a gap in her jaw. The identification is widely repeated and not universally accepted, and the honest answer is that it is likely but unproven. Her stepson turned out to be the finest soldier Egypt ever produced. Thutmose III conducted at least 17 campaigns over 20 years, and unusually, he had them recorded in detail on the walls at Karnak, drawn from the daybooks of the army kept by scribes in the field. That gives us something rare in ancient history, a military account with dates, routes, logistics and numbers, rather than a slogan. The most famous is his first. A coalition of Canaanite and Syrian rulers had gathered at Megiddo, a fortress commanding the pass through the Carmel Ridge. There were 3 routes to it, 2 safe and wide, one a narrow defile so tight that the army would have to go through in single file and could be destroyed piecemeal if the enemy were waiting at the far end. His generals advised the safe roads. He took the narrow one, on the reasoning that the enemy would never expect it, and he went at the head of the column himself. He was right. They came out onto the plain unopposed and formed up. The battle itself was short. The coalition broke and fled back towards the town, and the gates were shut against them, and men were hauled up over the walls by their clothing. And here the record is refreshingly honest about what went wrong. The Egyptian army stopped to loot the abandoned camp. By the time they had finished, the enemy were safely inside, and what should have been a single afternoon became a siege of 7 months. The tally afterwards records over 900 chariots, 2,000 horses, cattle, grain, and prisoners. The strategic result was that most of Canaan was brought under Egyptian control, and the sons of the defeated rulers were taken to Egypt. He kept going for 2 decades, eventually crossing the Euphrates and campaigning against Mitanni, the great power of northern Syria, and setting up a boundary stone there beside one his grandfather had left. He hunted elephants in Syria on the way home. He took Kadesh. He brought back plants and animals that he had carved on the walls of a chamber at Karnak, a stone botanical record of the strange things he had seen. The empire he made ran from the 4th cataract in Nubia to the northern reaches of Syria. It was not an empire of settlers and colonies. It was an empire of tribute, garrisons and treaties, held together by the credible threat of an army arriving. It made Egypt rich beyond anything in its history, and the god who received the thanks was Amun. 3 generations after Thutmose III, Egypt reached the point at which an empire stops fighting and starts spending. Amenhotep III ruled for something close to 38 years and fought almost nothing. He did not need to. The system his ancestors had built was running smoothly. The tribute was arriving. The Nubian gold mines were producing, and the great powers of the Near East treated Egypt with a mixture of respect and envy that comes through very clearly in the diplomatic correspondence. We have that correspondence, which is one of the luckiest survivals in ancient history. A cache of clay tablets was found in the ruins of a later capital, written not in Egyptian but in Akkadian, the diplomatic language of the age, and they are the letters exchanged between the Egyptian court and the kings of Babylon, Assyria, Mitanni, the Hittites, Cyprus, and the vassal rulers of Canaan. They are called the Amarna letters, and they are astonishing because they are not monumental. They are working documents, and the people in them are recognizable. The great kings address one another as brother. They complain. The king of Babylon is aggrieved that his sister, sent to Egypt as a wife, has not been seen by any Babylonian messenger for years, and demands proof she is alive. He is also aggrieved about the quantity of gold he has received, noting pointedly that in Egypt, gold is as plentiful as dust, and that the last consignment, when melted down, did not weigh what it should have. Another king complains that his messengers have been kept waiting for 6 years. There is haggling over dowries, over the quality of gifts, over precedence and protocol. Meanwhile, the vassal rulers in Canaan write letter after letter begging for troops, accusing each other of treachery, insisting on their own loyalty, and receiving, as far as we can tell, very little. Amenhotep III married a great many foreign princesses as part of all this, and pointedly never sent an Egyptian princess abroad in exchange, a refusal he stated as a matter of principle. Diplomacy flowed inward. His principal wife, though, was not foreign or royal. Tia was the daughter of a well-off Egyptian couple whose own tomb survives, and she is one of the most visible queens in Egyptian history. Her name appears alongside the kings on official announcements. Foreign kings wrote to her directly, which was not normal. Her images are numerous, and her portraits are unusually individual. A small, sharp-faced woman with a downturned mouth and an expression of considerable intelligence. She outlived her husband and remained influential in the reign of their son. Amenhotep III built on a scale nobody had attempted since the Pyramid Age. His mortuary temple on the West Bank was the largest ever constructed in Egypt, and almost nothing of it remains, because later kings quarried it away. What survives are 2 colossal seated statues of the king, 60 feet high, that once flanked its entrance and now stand alone in a field. The Greeks called them the Colossi of Memnon, and one of them, after being cracked by an earthquake, began to emit a sound at dawn, probably as the temperature changed and moisture in the stone shifted. Roman tourists traveled for weeks to hear it, and carved their names on the legs to prove they had. A Roman emperor eventually had the statue repaired, and it fell silent forever. He also built a palace complex at Malkata, a sprawling city of mud brick with painted floors and ceilings, halls, apartments, workshops, and a vast artificial harbor excavated beside it. And he held 3 great Jubilee festivals, ceremonies of royal renewal, on a scale that suggests a court with more money than it knew what to do with. Something else was stirring in his reign, quietly. The sun disk itself, the Aten, begins to appear as a divine name. His pleasure barge was called the Aten Gleams. One of his titles refers to the dazzling sun disk. It was a strand within a religious world that had many strands, unremarkable in itself. His son would make it the only strand. He came to the throne as Amenhotep IV, which means Amun is content. And for the first few years, he behaved more or less as expected, building at Karnak like everybody else, except that what he built there was odd. Open courts rather than dark sanctuaries. Colossal statues of himself in a style that had no precedent. Elongated skull, long face, heavy lips, narrow eyes, drooping belly, wide hips, thin limbs. Then, in about his 5th year, he changed his name to Akhenaten, which means something like effective for the Aten, or the radiance of the Aten, and he left Thebes. He went 200 miles north, to a wide bay of empty desert on the east bank, where no city had ever stood, and no god had a claim, and he founded a capital there. He called it Akhenaten, the horizon of the Aten. We call it Amarna. He marked its boundaries with enormous carved stelae in the cliffs, in which he swore that the city would never expand beyond those markers, and that he would never leave. A whole city, laid out from nothing, palaces, administrative buildings, workshops, houses, suburbs, and temples. The temples were the strangest part. Egyptian temples had always been dark, moving from open court to shadowed hall to a small pitch-black sanctuary where the god statue lived. Akhenaten's temples were open to the sky. No roof, no darkness, no statue at all, because the god was not in the building. The god was overhead, visible, blazing, and the worship consisted of standing in the light with your hands raised, while offerings were laid out on hundreds of open altars. The Aten, was represented as a disk with rays coming down from it, and each ray ended in a small human hand, and the hands nearest the royal family held out the sign of life to their noses. That is the entire iconography. No animal head, no human body, no statue to be washed and dressed and fed. Just light and hands and the giving of life. There is a long poem associated with him, the Great Hymn to the Aten, carved in the tomb of one of his officials, and whether or not the king wrote it himself, it is a remarkable piece of religious writing. It describes the world when the sun goes down, the darkness, the lions coming out, the thieves, and then the dawn, and the whole earth waking, the birds lifting their wings, the fish leaping in the river, the chick speaking inside the egg before it hatches. It speaks of the God making the seasons, giving each land its own river, setting every person in their place. It is warm, observant, and genuinely universal, in a way Egyptian religious texts usually are not. But we must be careful with the word monotheism. The Aten was the only god who received worship in the new system, and the names of other gods were attacked. Agents were sent around Egypt to chisel out the name of Amun wherever it appeared, on temple walls, on statues, even on small personal objects, even inside sealed tombs where no living person would ever see it, even in the name of the king's own father. That is not tolerance. Yet Akhenaten himself was still worshipped as a god, and it was through him and his family that the Aten's blessing reached everybody else. The evidence suggests ordinary people at Amarna prayed to the royal family as their intermediaries, and in their own houses continued quietly to keep household gods, particularly the protective ones associated with childbirth and safety, whose figurines have been found in the workman's village. This was a state religion imposed from the top, focused on the king, and there is no sign that it ever reached the heart of the population. Nor should we assume the motives were purely spiritual. The priesthood of Amun controlled a colossal share of Egypt's wealth, and it was hereditary, entrenched and unaccountable to any individual king. Closing the temples of Amun transferred that wealth to the crown and to the new cult at a stroke. It is possible to believe both that Akhenaten was a sincere religious visionary and that his revolution was extremely convenient. Human beings are capable of that combination. The art changed as radically as the theology. The rigid formality of Egyptian royal imagery loosened into something intimate and sometimes bizarre. The king and Nefertiti are shown sitting with their daughters, climbing over them, kissing them, holding hands, one child reaching up to touch her mother's face. In one scene, the family is shown grieving over a dead daughter, bent, weeping. Nothing like this exists before or after. Nefertiti herself is one of the most recognizable faces in the world because of a single object, a painted limestone bust found in a sculptor's workshop at Amarna, unfinished, missing one inlaid eye, with a long neck and a straight nose, and an expression of complete composure. It was a model, kept in the studio for reference. It was never meant to be a portrait for the ages, and it has become one. Her position was extraordinary. She appears in scenes performing rituals that only a king performs. In at least one image, she is shown smiting an enemy, which is the purest royal image there is. Late in the reign, a co-ruler appears in the record under a new name, and there is a serious and unresolved argument among Egyptologists as to whether that co-ruler is Nefertiti herself, elevated to full kingship, or a separate person, possibly a son. We do not know. Her end is undocumented. Meanwhile, the empire was fraying. The Amarna letters from the Canaanite vassals grow more desperate through these years. Cities are falling. The Hittites are pressing south. One ruler writes repeatedly, urgently, that if archers are not sent, the territory will be lost. Whether the court was genuinely indifferent, or simply making a hard calculation that Syria was not worth a war, is debated. Some regions were certainly lost. Akhenaten died in his 17th year on the throne. Within a couple of years, the court had left Amarna. The city was abandoned, its people gone, and because nobody ever built over it, it has given archaeologists the most complete picture of an Egyptian city that exists. And then Egypt set about pretending it had never happened. The Aten temples were dismantled, their small standardized blocks reused as rubble fill inside later pylons, where thousands of them have been recovered, still bearing fragments of Amarna scenes. Akhenaten's name was left out of the king lists. Later texts, when they mention him at all, call him the enemy or that criminal of Akhenaten. He was so thoroughly deleted that he was entirely unknown to history until the 19th century, when archaeologists, digging in a stretch of empty desert, began to find a city that no one had ever mentioned. The idea that Akhenaten invented monotheism, and that all later monotheistic religion descends from him, has been proposed many times, most famously by Sigmund Freud, and it remains speculation without evidence. There are certainly resemblances between the great hymn and later religious poetry, and shared imagery was circulating widely in the region. Resemblance is not dissent. The honest position is that Akhenaten's experiment ended comprehensively and left no traceable successor. The boy who inherited the wreckage was born at Amarna and named Tutankhamun, the living image of the Aten. He was almost certainly Akhenaten's son. He came to the throne at about the age of 9. A child of 9 does not run a country. The decisions of the early years belonged to the men around him, principally an elderly official called Ai, who had held high rank at Amarna, and a general called Horemheb, and the decision they took was to reverse everything. The court returned to Memphis and Thebes. The temples of Amun were reopened, refurbished, and re-endowed. The boy king changed his name to Tutankhamun, the living image of Amun, and his wife, Akhenaten's daughter, changed hers from Ankhesenpaten to Ankhesenamun. A great inscription was set up, the Restoration Stela, which describes the state of the country before the change in terms of ruin. Temples fallen into desolation, sanctuaries overgrown, the gods turning away from the land, prayers unanswered. It is official rhetoric and it exaggerates, but it also tells you exactly how the new regime wished the previous reign to be remembered. He ruled about 9 years and died at around 18 or 19, and we have spent a century arguing about why. He was not a healthy young man. Examination of his body has shown a club foot with bone tissue dying in the joint, a condition that would have made walking painful. 130 walking sticks were buried with him, some of them worn. He had a cleft palate. Genetic studies indicate his parents were closely related, which was common in the royal family, and which carries known consequences. Tests have also indicated malaria. He had a broken left leg, sustained shortly before death, and possibly the origin of a fatal infection. Older claims that he was murdered by a blow to the headrest on a fragment of bone inside the skull that is now generally accepted to have been dislodged during the embalming or the modern examination, not during life. His chest is damaged and his heart is missing, which is very unusual, and this has fed theories about a crushing injury, perhaps a chariot accident, though much of the damage may date to the clumsy unwrapping of the body in the 1920s. The truthful summary is that a frail young man with several serious conditions and a recent bad injury died suddenly, and that we do not know which of those things killed him. His widow may have done something desperate. There is a Hittite record of a letter arriving from an Egyptian queen, saying that her husband had died, that she had no son, that she would not marry a servant, and asking the Hittite king to send one of his sons to be her husband. The Hittite king, suspecting a trap, sent an envoy to check. The queen wrote again, angrily. A prince was sent, and was killed on the way. The letter does not name the queen, and there is scholarly argument about which Egyptian queen wrote it, but Ankhesenamun is the leading candidate. If it was her, it was an extraordinary gamble, and it failed, and shortly afterwards, she disappears from the record. Tutankhamun was buried in a small tomb in the Valley of the Kings that appears not to have been designed for a king at all. Its decoration hurried, its layout cramped. It was robbed at least twice in antiquity, resealed by the necropolis officials, and then, within a couple of centuries, lost. Workers cutting a later royal tomb dumped their rubble over the entrance and built huts on top of it, and it was forgotten for more than 3,000 years. In November 1922, a British archaeologist named Howard Carter, working on the last season his exasperated patron Lord Carnarvon was willing to fund, found a step cut into the rock. Then another, then a sealed doorway. And on the 26th of November, having made a small hole and pushed a candle through it, he stood looking into a room while Carnarvon asked whether he could see anything, and answered that he could see wonderful things. What he could see was chaos. Furniture, chariots dismantled, chests, statues, beds with animal heads, alabaster vessels, everything piled and jumbled by the ancient robbers, and then hastily restacked by the officials who resealed the tomb. It took Carter 10 years to clear and record it, and the count of objects came to over 5,000. The burial chamber held 4 gilded wooden shrines nested inside one another, and inside them, a stone sarcophagus, and inside that, 3 coffins, one within the next, the innermost one of solid gold weighing over 100 kilograms, and over the head and shoulders of the mummy, the mask, gold and blue glass, and lapis lazuli, and carnelian, and obsidian, the face of a young man, serene, enormous-eyed, looking straight out at whoever came. The world went slightly mad. Tutankhamun was on the front pages for years. There were Tutankhamun hats, fabrics, biscuits, songs, and buildings put up in a fashionable Egyptian style. And there was the curse. Lord Carnarvon died in Cairo a few months after the opening, of blood poisoning from an infected mosquito bite made worse by a razor. He had been in poor health for 20 years since a car accident. A novelist told the press that a curse might be involved. Newspapers ran with it, and the story has never gone away. In fact, there was no curse inscription in the tomb, and a study that followed the people present at the opening found that their lifespans were unremarkable. Howard Carter, who had spent more time in that tomb than any human being alive, died 16 years later, at the age of 64. The irony of Tutankhamun is complete. He was a minor king, briefly reigning, physically frail, whose name was left off the official lists because of his family connection to the heretic. And because he was minor, his tomb was small. And because it was small, it was buried under rubble. And because it was buried, it survived. And because it survived, he is the most famous Egyptian who ever lived. After the boy king came the old official Ai, who ruled for 4 years and was buried in a tomb in the Western Valley, and then the general. Horemheb had been the most powerful man in Egypt for years without wearing the crown, and when he took it, he set about a systematic cleanup. He issued a long edict against corruption, targeting officials and soldiers who had been requisitioning goods, seizing boats, taking hides and slaves and grain from ordinary people under the cover of authority, and setting out savage penalties for it. He reorganized the courts, appointing judges in the major towns and instructing them not to take bribes. He restored temples. He also completed the erasure. The Amarna kings, Akhenaten, the mysterious co-ruler, Tutankhamun, and Eye, were struck from the record, and Horemheb dated his own reign as though it had begun at the death of Amenhotep III, quietly deleting 3 decades. He dismantled Akhenaten's Karnak temples and used the blocks as fill. He usurped monuments. It was tidy, thorough, and effective. He had no surviving son, so he named as his heir another army officer, a man from the eastern delta, from a family devoted to the god Seth, and when Horemheb died, that officer became king as Ramses I. He was elderly and reigned barely 2 years. But the line he founded would produce the most famous name in Egyptian history. Ramses I's son, Seti I, was a serious man and a first-rate king, and he has been somewhat unfairly overshadowed by his own child. He campaigned in Canaan and Syria, retaking territory that had drifted out of Egyptian control during the Amarna years, and he fought the Hittites and the Libyans. He reopened mines and quarries, dug wells on the desert roads, and rebuilt on a great scale. The northern half of the great hypostyle hall at Karnak is his, and its reliefs, cut in delicate raised relief, rather than the quicker sunk relief his son preferred, are among the finest surviving anywhere. His temple at Abydos is the most beautiful building of the New Kingdom. Its walls carry reliefs of the king before the gods that are so refined, the modeling so subtle that they seem to breathe, and much of the original paint survives in the inner chambers. In one corridor, he had carved a list of the kings of Egypt, going back to the beginning, with Seti and his young son shown making offerings to their ancestors. The Amarna kings are not on it, neither is Hatshepsut. It is a family tree with the awkward relatives removed, and it is also one of our most valuable sources for the sequence of dynasties. His tomb in the Valley of the Kings is the longest and deepest of them all, its ceilings painted with astronomical scenes, its walls covered end to end with underworld texts. And he brought his son up to rule. Ramses appears beside him in the reliefs as a boy, was given military commands early, and was named co-regent before his father died. He reigned for 67 years, which is longer than most people in his kingdom lived. He fathered somewhere in the region of 100 children. He built more, and put his name on more, than any pharaoh before or since, and where he did not build, he frequently carved his cartouche over somebody else's, deeply, so that it could not easily be removed in turn. For 1,000 years afterwards, Egyptians called him the Great Ancestor, and 9 later kings took his name. In the Delta he built a new capital, Ramesses, near his family's home ground, and much better placed than Thebes for running a northern empire. It was enormous, with palaces, temples, barracks, stables for the chariotry, and glazed tiles that later writers remembered as dazzling. When the branch of the Nile it stood on silted up, centuries later, the whole city was dismantled and carted off to build a new capital elsewhere, which is why almost nothing of it remains in place. At Abu Simbel, far south in Nubia, he cut 2 temples directly into a sandstone cliff. The larger one has 4 seated colossi of the king, 65 feet high, staring out across the river towards the country he was there to overawe. The smaller one, remarkably, was dedicated to his wife Nefertari and to the goddess Hathor, and on its facade, her statues stand the same height as his, which is not a thing Egyptian kings normally allowed. Twice a year the rising sun penetrates the whole length of the main temple and illuminates the seated gods at the very back. In the 1960s, when the Aswan High Dam was built, and the rising lake would have drowned both temples, they were cut into more than 1,000 blocks, lifted, and reassembled inside an artificial mountain 60 meters higher up. It is one of the great engineering rescues of modern times, and the solar alignment still works, displaced by a day. At Thebes he built his mortuary temple, the Ramesseum, and set up in it a seated colossus of about 1,000 tons. It fell and broke, and it lay there for centuries, and in 1817 an English poet who had never been to Egypt wrote a sonnet about a shattered statue in a desert with a boastful inscription and nothing around it but sand. Ozymandias is a Greek rendering of one of Ramses' throne names. The irony is a little unfair on Ramses, since his works are conspicuously not gone, but the poem has outlived a great many things too. His wife Nefertari, principal queen of the early reign, was buried in the Valley of the Queens, in a tomb whose paintings are the finest in Egypt. The colors are unbelievably fresh, the queen in white pleated linen playing a board game, led by the hand between gods, her skin golden, the ceilings deep blue and thick with yellow stars. It was carefully conserved in the 20th century, and access to it is now tightly restricted, because human breath and moisture were destroying in decades what had survived for 3 millennia. And then there is Kadesh. In the 5th year of his reign, Ramses marched north with 4 divisions to take the city of Kadesh on the Orontes from the Hittite Empire. 2 captured scouts told him the Hittite army was still far away to the north. They were lying. They had been sent to say exactly that, and the entire Hittite force was hidden behind the city. Ramses advanced with his lead division and made camp, and the Hittite chariotry came round and smashed straight through his 2nd division on the march, then rolled on into the camp itself. By any reasonable reading, Ramses came close to losing his army and his life that afternoon. What saved him was a combination of his own personal courage, the arrival of a detachment coming up from the coast at exactly the right moment, and the fact that the Hittite chariots stopped to loot the camp, which cost them the initiative. The Egyptians rallied. The remaining divisions came up. The fighting went on into a 2nd day, and ended with neither side able to break the other, and the city of Kadesh still in Hittite hands. Ramses went home and carved it on every large flat surface in Egypt as the greatest victory in history. The account, in 2 versions, a formal poem and a running narrative with illustrations, describes the king abandoned by his troops, surrounded, praying to Amun, and then charging alone into the enemy, again and again, until they broke. Chariots are shown overturned, Hittites drowning in the river, the enemy prince pulled out of the water upside down. We know it was not the triumph he described, for a reason that would have appalled him. The Hittite archives were dug up in the 20th century, and they give their own version. Kadesh stayed Hittite. The Egyptian frontier did not move north. But the story does not end in bitterness. 16 years later, with both empires exhausted and a new threat rising in Assyria, Egypt and the Hittites signed a peace treaty. We have both copies, the Egyptian version on a temple wall, the Hittite version on clay tablets. They agree in substance, promising non-aggression, mutual defense, and the return of fugitives, and each invokes its own gods as witness. It is the earliest international peace treaty of which both sides survive, and a reproduction of it hangs at the headquarters of the United Nations. 13 years after that, Ramses married a Hittite princess, and the wedding was carved on a temple wall with the bride's father shown standing amiably beside the king of Egypt. Ramses lived so long that he outlived 12 of his designated heirs. His 13th son, Merneptah, was around 60 when he finally came to the throne. The old king's mummy survives, a tall man with a hooked nose and red hair, dead somewhere past his 85th year, worn out by arthritis, dental abscesses, and hardened arteries. In 1976, the body was flown to Paris for conservation treatment, and because French law required documentation for anyone entering the country, Ramses II was issued a passport. Under occupation it read, "King, deceased." His royal inscriptions exaggerated relentlessly. His monuments were partly other people's. His great battle was at best a draw. And none of that has made the slightest difference, because the scale of what he left behind is such that 3,000 years later, we are still saying his name, which is precisely what he was after. We have spent a long time with kings, because kings left the most stone. Let us leave the palaces now and go down into the villages, where almost everybody actually lived. A village sat on a rise above the floodplain, close enough to the fields to walk to, and high enough not to be underwater every August. The houses were mud brick, made from Nile mud mixed with chopped straw and dung, packed into wooden molds and dried in the sun. It is a superb building material in that climate. Cheap, quick, and an excellent insulator, cool through the day and warm at night. it is also temporary. Rain, rare as it is, dissolves it. Neglect collapses it. And when a house fell in, people leveled the rubble and built on top, which is why ancient settlements sit on mounds of their own former selves, and why so few ordinary Egyptian houses survive, while the stone temples still stand. Inside, a small house might have 3 or 4 rooms, with a front room where a household shrine stood, a main living room with a low platform for sitting and sleeping, storage at the back, and a kitchen area that was often open to the sky or in the yard, because cooking indoors in that heat was intolerable. Stairs went up to the roof, and the roof was the best room in the house. You dried food up there, you stored things, you slept there on hot nights under the stars. Furniture was sparse: stools, low tables, chests, mats, beds with woven cord mattresses, and a curved wooden headrest that looks like an instrument of torture and is in fact rather comfortable once you are used to it, and cooler than a pillow. The year ran on the flood. From roughly July, the water rose, and the fields disappeared. And this was the season of no farming, when men were available for state projects, for building, for quarrying, for hauling. From about November, the water withdrew, and the ploughing and sowing began, seed scattered on wet earth, and trodden in by sheep or goats, driven across the field. Through the cool months the crop grew, watered by hand and by simple lifting devices from canals and ponds. From March the harvest, reaping with sickles, carrying the sheaves in nets, threshing with cattle driven round and round, winnowing by tossing the grain into the wind with wooden scoops, and then the scribes arriving to measure the heap and calculate the tax. They grew emmer wheat and barley above all, and from those two came the 2 things every Egyptian consumed daily: bread and beer. Egyptian bread was made in various shapes in pottery molds, and it contained a good deal of grit from the grindstones, which is why Egyptian teeth are so badly worn down that dental abscesses were a routine cause of misery and sometimes of death. Beer was thick, low in alcohol, nutritious, and drunk by everyone including children. It was less a luxury than a way of consuming grain safely. Wages were paid in bread and beer, measured out in loaves and jars. Beyond that, there were onions, garlic, leeks, cucumbers, lettuce, lentils, chickpeas and beans, dates, figs and grapes, fish from the river, dried and salted, ducks and geese trapped in the marshes, and meat, which mostly meant beef, on festival days or at the tables of the rich. Honey was the sweetener, and there were beekeepers. Oil came from sesame and other plants. Wine existed and was very much an elite drink, with jars labeled by vineyard, year and quality, which is to say, Egypt had wine labels 3,000 years before France did. Clothing was linen, from flax, and the finest of it was woven so fine as to be almost transparent, which the tomb paintings do not exaggerate. Men wore a wrapped kilt, women a straight dress, and the fashions changed across the centuries in ways an expert can date to within a few decades. Wool existed, but was considered impure for temple use. Most people went barefoot. Sandals of papyrus or leather were valuable enough to be carried and put on at the destination. Appearance mattered enormously. Both men and women wore eye paint, green from malachite, black from galena, applied thickly around the eye. It was cosmetic and it was protective, cutting the glare from the sun and, as modern analysis has shown, carrying compounds that may have had a mild antibacterial effect against eye infections in a country plagued by them. There were perfumed oils, coal pots, tweezers, razors, mirrors of polished bronze, and combs. Body hair was removed. Priests shaved everything. Wigs were worn by anyone who could afford one, elaborate, made of human hair set with beeswax and resin, both a status symbol and a practical answer to lice and heat. Jewelry was worn by everyone at some level, from gold and lapis and turquoise at the top, to faience beads, glazed blue-green, at the bottom. Much of it was amuletic. The distinction between decoration and protection did not really exist. Families were the center of everything. Marriage began, so far as we can tell, with a couple setting up house together. There was no state or temple ceremony, though there were feasts and there were property contracts. Love poetry survives from the New Kingdom, and it is startlingly direct. Young people describing sleeplessness, pretending to be ill so a lover will visit, calling one another brother and sister as terms of affection, comparing the beloved's approach to a healing that no doctor could manage. Divorce was possible and reasonably common, with obligations for the maintenance of the wife. Children were wanted and celebrated, and childbirth was dangerous. Estimates suggest that a very large proportion of children died before the age of 5, and that mothers died in childbirth at rates that would horrify us. Magic and medicine were both deployed. Spells, protective figures of the household gods Bes and Taweret, amulets, and midwives with real practical skill. Children were shown in art naked, with a shaved head, except for a single braided sidelock, and they had toys, balls, dolls, animals on wheels, spinning tops. Most boys learned their father's trade by doing it. A minority went to school to become scribes, and school meant copying out texts endlessly on flakes of limestone and broken pottery, thousands of which survive with their mistakes and their corrections and, occasionally, their doodles. Discipline was physical and unapologetic. One text remarks that a boy's ears are on his back, and he listens when he is beaten. The workforce was astonishingly specialized. Potters, weavers, carpenters, boat builders, leather workers, metal workers, glassmakers, faience workers, jewelers, sculptors, painters, quarrymen, stonemasons, brickmakers, bakers, brewers, butchers, laundrymen, barbers, fishermen, fowlers, beekeepers, gardeners, herdsmen, soldiers, sailors, doctors, embalmers, dancers, musicians, singers, professional mourners, and priests. Workshops attached to temples and palaces trained apprentices, and turned out goods to a consistent house style for generations. We know one community better than any other, because it was made of stonecutters who could write. Deir el-Medina was the village of the men who dug and decorated the royal tombs in the Valley of the Kings. Walled, isolated, supplied entirely by the state. They worked 8-day weeks with 2 days off, sleeping in huts up at the site during the working days, and coming home for the weekend. And they wrote everything down on limestone flakes, and threw the flakes into a rubbish pit, and the pit has given us tens of thousands of documents. We have their attendance records, with the reasons for absence noted: illness, a scorpion sting, brewing beer, embalming a relative, a wife or daughter menstruating, and in more than one case, having a hangover. We have their wills, their loans, their letters, their complaints about a colleague's behavior. We have court proceedings, oaths, and a long dossier about a series of tomb robberies, including the interrogation of suspects. We have a note from a workman to a colleague about a debt, and a request from a man to his mother, and a message about a donkey. And we have the first recorded labor strike in history. In the 29th year of Ramses III, the grain rations failed to arrive. They arrived late, then short, then not at all. So the men downed tools, marched off the site, and sat down at the mortuary temples of earlier kings, refusing to move, saying plainly that they were hungry, and had come because they were hungry. Officials came out to negotiate. Some grain was found. It happened again, repeatedly, over the following months and years. Nobody was executed. Nobody was described as a rebel. It was treated as an administrative failure that required an administrative answer, which tells you something about how these skilled men were regarded, and something about how strained the state was becoming. Because it was strained, and this is where the romance has to stop. Life for most Egyptians was short and physically punishing. Skeletons show arthritis in the young, crushed vertebrae from carrying, healed and unhealed fractures, and terrible teeth. Parasites were endemic. Bilharzia from standing in irrigation water, guinea worm, intestinal worms, all confirmed in mummified tissue. Eye disease was widespread. Famine happened when the flood failed. Taxes were assessed by men who could order a beating for arrears, and the tomb paintings show that beating happening, casually, in the corner of otherwise idyllic harvest scenes. Compulsory labor service was a legal obligation for the peasantry, and men could be taken from their fields for state projects or sent to the mines in the eastern desert, which was close to a death sentence. There were also enslaved people, prisoners of war brought back in their thousands from campaigns, people sold for debt and their children. They could be bought, sold, given as gifts, and inherited. Some worked in households, and some in fields, and some in the worst places the state had. It is true that Egyptian slavery was not the plantation system of the modern Atlantic world, and that enslaved people had some legal standing, and could in some circumstances be freed and marry into the family that held them. It is also true that they were not free, and no amount of golden funerary equipment should be allowed to obscure that. There was crime, and courts to deal with it, staffed by local officials rather than professional judges. Theft, non-payment, disputed inheritance, adultery, assault. Punishments ranged from fines and restitution to beatings, mutilation, forced labor in Nubia, and execution for the gravest offenses, including tomb robbery and conspiracy against the king. Testimony was taken under oath, and sometimes under torture. An oracle could be consulted for a verdict, the god's statue in procession, answering by dipping forward or back to written questions, which is a form of justice that seems strange to us and was entirely serious to them. And there was pleasure, music everywhere, harps, lutes, flutes, oboes, drums, clappers, sistra, dancing that looks acrobatic in the paintings, feasts with cones of scented fat set on the heads of guests to melt slowly through the evening. Board games, above all senet, played on a board of 30 squares, which began as a game and became a metaphor for the passage through the underworld, so that boards were buried with the dead, hunting in the marshes with throwing sticks, fishing, wrestling, swimming, tug-of-war. Beer in quantity at festivals with a festival of the goddess Hathor, at which drunkenness was the point, and pets. Dogs with individual names recorded on their collars and in their owners' tombs, names meaning things like Blackie, Brave One, and Useless. Monkeys and baboons kept in houses, shown under chairs stealing food. Geese. And cats which the Egyptians did not invent, but did domesticate more thoroughly than anyone before them, and which turn up under the wife's chair in tomb paintings, sometimes with a collar, sometimes eating a fish, entirely at home. There is no Egyptian Bible. There is no founder, no creed, no conversion, no single authoritative account of anything. Egyptian religion was not a system somebody designed. It was 3,000 years of accumulated practice, local tradition, royal politics and poetic thought, layered on top of one another and never tidied up, and the Egyptians were quite comfortable with contradictions that would give a theologian a headache. There were at least 4 different accounts of the creation, promoted by 4 different priesthoods in 4 different cities, and all of them stayed in circulation. In one, the Creator rises on a mound out of the primordial waters and brings the first gods into being from his own body. In another, the world is spoken into existence by the thought and word of a god of craftsmen. In another, an ancient set of 8 paired deities represents the qualities of the pre-existing chaos. None of these was ever declared false. They were simply different ways of approaching something that could not be said directly. The great gods then, in rough order of how often you will meet them: Ra the sun, sailing across the sky in a boat by day and through the underworld by night, fighting off the enormous serpent of chaos every single night so that dawn can happen. Sunrise was not a certainty, it was a victory. Amun, whose name means the Hidden One, originally a minor Theban deity, whose city's rise to political power carried him to the top of the pantheon. He was fused with the sun god as Amun-Ra, and this kind of merging is characteristic. Gods in Egypt were not separate persons in the way we might assume, but aspects that could combine and separate, without anyone feeling that a rule had been broken. Osiris, once a living king, murdered by his brother, dismembered, reassembled by his wife, and made ruler of the dead. He is shown wrapped like a mummy, with green or black skin, the colors of new vegetation, and of the fertile silt, holding the crook and flail. Isis, his wife, who searched for the pieces of his body, who conceived their son by magic, who protected that son in the marshes, and who became the greatest magician among the gods and the protector of the vulnerable. Her cult would eventually spread across the entire Roman world, with temples as far away as Britain. Horus, their son, the falcon, who fought his uncle for the throne through 80 years of court cases and violent contests, losing an eye in the process. The living king was Horus. The dead king was Osiris. Every succession reenacted the myth. Seth, the murderer, god of the desert, of storms, of confusion, and of foreign lands, depicted as an animal nobody has been able to identify. And yet not simply a devil. Seth also stands in the prow of the sun boat every night and drives off the serpent, because the only thing strong enough to hold back chaos is a certain amount of controlled violence. Egyptian thought was rarely tidy about good and evil. Hathor, goddess of love, music, drunkenness, joy, and motherhood, shown as a cow or as a woman with cow's horns and a sun disk, and also, when angered, as a lioness who nearly destroys humanity and has to be tricked into stopping by being given beer dyed red to look like blood. Anubis, the jackal, black-skinned, patron of embalming and guardian of cemeteries. Jackals scavenged in the desert graveyards, and there is a very old logic in making the animal that threatens the dead into the god who protects them. Thoth, the ibis-headed god of writing, wisdom, calculation, and the moon, who records the verdict at the judgment and who invented language. Sekhmet, the lioness, goddess of plague and of healing, whose priests were also physicians, because whoever sends the disease can also lift it. Bastet, the cat, protective, associated with the home and with fierce maternal defense, whose festival at Bubastis was reported to be the largest and most riotous in Egypt. Pa, craftsman god of Memphis, patron of builders and sculptors. Sobek, the crocodile, of the water and of the Fayum, feared and honored at once. Khnum, the ram, who shaped human beings on a potter's wheel. Hapi, the personification of the flood, shown as a plump figure with drooping breasts because abundance looks well fed. Bes, a grotesque dwarf god with a lion's mane and his tongue out, who frightened away evil spirits from bedrooms and childbirths, and was probably the most beloved god in the country among people who never went near a temple. Taweret, a pregnant hippopotamus, standing upright, protector of mothers. And beyond these, hundreds of local gods, each town with its own, each with a festival, a priesthood, and a legend, all of which coexisted without any need to be reconciled. A temple was not a church. Ordinary worshippers did not go inside. It was the house of the god, and the god lived in the statue in the innermost sanctuary, and the daily ritual was domestic in form. The seal on the shrine broken, the doors opened, the statue greeted, washed, anointed, dressed in fresh linen, presented with food and drink and incense, and then the shrine closed and resealed, and the priest backing out, sweeping away his own footprints. The offerings were then removed and redistributed to the temple staff, so that the god's meal fed the community. This happened every day, in every temple, for 3,000 years. Priests were not a separate holy caste in the early periods. Many served in rotation, 1 month in 4, and returned to their ordinary professions in between. They had to be ritually clean, shaved, washed several times a day, dressed in linen, circumcised, abstaining from certain foods and from sex during their service. Women served extensively too, particularly as musicians and singers in the temples, and the office of God's wife of Amun would become one of the most powerful positions in the country. For ordinary people, contact with the divine happened at the edges, at the outer gates of temples where petitions could be left. At festivals, when the god came out in procession, through oracles where questions could be put to the god's bark as it was carried, through household shrines, amulets, dreams, and the veneration of local holy places and of dead ancestors, who could be written to and asked for help, and occasionally blamed for causing trouble. Magic was not the opposite of religion. It was a legitimate technique that the gods themselves used. There were spells for scorpion stings, for protecting a child, for making a rival's case fail in court, for curing a headache, for keeping crocodiles away from cattle at a ford. A physician might well recite while he bandaged, and nobody thought the two things were in competition. Underneath all of it lay machat. The word is usually translated as truth, order, justice, balance, or rightness, and it means all of them at once. Mat was the way things were supposed to be: the sun rising, the river flooding, the crops growing, the strong not devouring the weak, the courts giving honest verdicts, the son burying the father. It was personified as a goddess, wearing a single ostrich feather. Its opposite, Isfet, was chaos, injustice, violence, and lies. The king's core duty, the thing he was actually for, was to uphold Mata. In temple reliefs, he is shown holding out a small figure of the goddess in his palm and presenting her to the gods, which is the neatest expression of the deal in Egyptian art. I give you order, you give me the flood. And crucially, Matat applied to everybody. The wisdom texts insist on it in practical terms. Do not cheat with the balance. Do not move the boundary stone of a widow's field. Do not turn away the petitioner before he has said what he came to say. Speak truth, because a lie is heavier than it looks. It was not a commandment from a god, it was a description of how the world holds together, and a warning of what happens when people stop bothering. Egyptians did not want to die. This needs saying, because the sheer quantity of funerary material has given them a reputation for morbidity that they would not have recognized. They loved being alive, extravagantly, and everything they built for the afterlife was an attempt to keep having what they already had. A person, in their understanding, was not one thing, but several. There was the body, which mattered. There was the name, which had to be spoken and preserved, because a name that is never said again is a thing that has stopped existing. There was the shadow. There was the ka, a kind of vital double, born with you, which needed sustenance after death, and for which the offerings were laid. There was the ba, often shown as a bird with a human head, which was closer to personality, and which could leave the tomb, fly out into the daylight, and return at night. And the goal was to become an an effective, transfigured spirit, which required that all the components be kept intact and reunited, which is why the body had to be preserved. Mummification developed over centuries of experiment and reached its height in the New Kingdom, and the process took 70 days. The embalmers worked in tents near the river. The brain was removed through the nose with a hooked instrument and discarded because it was thought to be of no importance. The heart was left in place because it was the seat of thought, emotion, and memory, and would be needed at the judgment. An incision was made in the left side of the abdomen, and the lungs, liver, stomach, and intestines were taken out, dried separately, and placed in 4 containers we call canopic jars, each under the protection of one of the 4 sons of Horus, with lids shaped as a human, a baboon, a jackal, and a falcon. Then the body was packed and covered in natron, a naturally occurring salt gathered from a desert lake, and left for around 40 days. Natron draws out the water, and water is what decay requires. When the body came out, it was dry, shrunken, and stable. It was washed, rubbed with oils and resins and spices, packed to restore its shape, sometimes given artificial eyes, and then wrapped. The wrapping was the ritual heart of the whole business. Hundreds of yards of linen wound in a prescribed order, with prayers spoken over each stage, and amulets laid between the layers in their correct positions. A scarab over the heart, inscribed with a spell, asking the heart not to testify against its owner, the eye of Horus for healing and protection, a jed pillar for stability, the knot of Isis. The wrapped body was fitted with a mask, then placed in a coffin, and the coffin sometimes inside another coffin, and those inside a stone sarcophagus if the family could afford it. The cost of all this varied enormously, and so did the quality. The very best work produced bodies that still have eyelashes and fingernails and recognizable faces after 3,000 years. Cheaper work, and there was a great deal of it, might involve a quick injection of resin, a dose of natron, and a wrapping done at speed. X-rays of poorer mummies have found bones from more than one person, bundles of rags where a limb should be, and other evidence of embalmers cutting corners, in the confidence that nobody would ever check. On the day of the funeral, the coffin was carried across the river from the land of the living, on the east bank, to the cemeteries on the west, where the sun went down. There was a procession, the family, professional mourners with dust in their hair, servants carrying furniture and food and jars, priests with incense, oxen dragging the sledge. At the tomb entrance, the coffin was stood upright, and the most important ritual of all was performed, the opening of the mouth. A priest wearing a leopard skin touched the face of the mummy, or the mask, with a set of implements, an adze, a chisel-like blade, and gave the dead person back the use of their senses, so that they could breathe, speak, see, eat, and receive the offerings. Until this was done, the body was an object. Afterwards, it could function. Then the goods went in: furniture, clothing, food, wine, board games, cosmetics, weapons, and small figurines called shabtis, servant statues inscribed with a spell instructing them to step forward and do any labor required of the deceased in the next world, because even paradise apparently involved agricultural work, and nobody wanted to do it personally. Wealthy burials might include hundreds of them, one for every day of the year with overseers to supervise. And then the journey began, and it was not safe. The underworld the Egyptians described was a landscape: caverns, gates, lakes of fire, guardians with knives, ferrymen who had to be addressed by their correct names, serpents, nets, and demons who asked questions to which the wrong answer was fatal, which is precisely why you were buried with texts: the pyramid texts for kings, then the coffin texts for a wider class, and by the New Kingdom, the collection of spells that the Egyptians called the Book of Coming Forth by Day, and that we call the Book of the Dead. It was never one fixed book. There was no canonical version, no standard order, and no complete edition that every burial received. It was a repertoire of perhaps 200 spells, from which a customer selected, or from which a workshop assembled a standard product, with blanks left for the name to be filled in later. Rich purchasers commissioned long, exquisitely illustrated papyrus rolls, dozens of feet in length. Others got a short selection. The spells cover everything: not dying a second time, not having your head cut off, not walking upside down, not being made to eat filth, turning into a falcon, turning into a lotus, remembering your own name. And at the end of it all came the judgment, and it is the most extraordinary image the Egyptians ever produced. The dead person is led into a hall by Anubis. At one end sits Osiris, wrapped, green-faced, with 42 assessor gods ranged along the walls. In the center stands a great balance. In one pan, the heart of the dead. In the other, a single ostrich feather, the feather of Mata. The dead person then makes a declaration to each of the 42 assessors in turn, and the declaration is negative. I have not stolen. I have not killed. I have not lied. I have not taken milk from the mouths of children. I have not held back water when it should have flowed. I have not caused pain. I have not been deaf to words of truth. Thoth stands by with a palette to write down the verdict. And beside the scales crouches Ammit, the devourer, a creature assembled from the three most frightening animals in Egypt: the head of a crocodile, the forequarters of a lion, the hindquarters of a hippopotamus. If the heart is heavy with wrongdoing, the balance tips, and Ammit eats the heart, and the person ceases to exist. Not punishment, not torment, erasure. For a civilization that spent so much effort on being remembered, that was the worst thing imaginable. If the scales balance, the dead person is declared true of voice, and is led forward to Osiris, and passes into the field of reeds. And what is paradise for an Egyptian? It is Egypt, a river, fields, canals, a house, a boat, barley growing taller than a man, family, no hunger, and no illness, and no end. They did not want a different world. They wanted this one, permanently, in good weather, with the harvest in. None of it protected them from robbers. Tombs were being robbed from the very beginning, and the robbers were frequently the same men who built them, or their descendants, because they knew the ground and the layouts and the schedules. By the end of the New Kingdom it had become an epidemic, and we have the court records of the investigations. Inspections of the royal tombs, to see which had been violated, confessions extracted under beating, quarrels between officials over who was covering up for whom, and one wonderful moment where a corrupt mayor is accused, and the whole thing turns into a political fight. Eventually the priests gave up defending the tombs and did something practical instead. They gathered up the royal mummies, rewrapped them, labeled them with notes explaining who was inside and when they had been moved, and hid them in 2 secret caches, one in a shaft in the cliffs near Deir el-Bahri, one in the tomb of Amenhotep II. And there they lay, packed together, kings of the greatest empire in the world stacked in a corridor, until the 19th century, when a local family found one of the caches and began quietly selling objects from it, which is how the authorities eventually found out. When the mummies were brought down to Cairo by boat, people are said to have gathered on the banks, the women wailing and the men firing guns in the air, in a funeral procession for pharaohs 3,000 years late. The Egyptians did not have science in our sense. They had something older and in some ways more interesting, a body of practical knowledge, accumulated by observation, transmitted by training, and applied with confidence, sitting comfortably alongside magic without either one embarrassing the other. Take medicine. Several medical papyri survive, and one of them is a genuine shock to read. It is a treatise on trauma, apparently a manual for someone treating battlefield or building site injuries, and it works through the body systematically from the head downwards. Each case follows the same structure: the title of the ailment, the examination, the diagnosis, and then a verdict. And the verdict is one of 3 phrases. An ailment I will treat, an ailment I will contend with, an ailment not to be treated. That third category is the remarkable one. This is a physician being taught to recognize when a case is hopeless, and to say so, rather than making promises. The text describes wounds to the skull, and the effects on the opposite side of the body, notes that the pulse can be felt in various places and that the heart speaks through the vessels, and gives instructions for stitching, for setting fractures, for splints, for honey and lint dressings, and for reducing a dislocated jaw by a method essentially identical to the modern one. There is barely any magic in it at all. Other papyri are quite different, full of remedies and incantations for internal complaints that the Egyptians could not see and therefore could not understand. Recipes involve honey, which is genuinely antibacterial, willow, which contains the precursor of aspirin, garlic, juniper, castor oil, opium poppy, acacia, and also mouse, dung, and various things whose function was probably to make the illness so unwelcome that it left. Alongside sensible dressings and reasonable herbalism sits a firm belief in disease demons and worms traveling around the body. There were specialists. A Greek visitor reported, with some astonishment, that Egypt was full of physicians who each treated one thing only: an eye doctor, a head doctor, a stomach doctor, a doctor of hidden diseases. Inscriptions bear this out. There were court physicians with specific titles, including one memorable individual whose title translates as Shepherd of the Anus. Dentistry existed, but was limited. There is evidence of drilling to drain abscesses, and of teeth bound together with gold wire, though whether that was done on the living or as a mortuary tidying up is disputed. Given the state of Egyptian teeth, dental pain must have been almost universal in middle age. Pregnancy tests are recorded. A woman was to urinate on bags of barley and emmer, and if the grain sprouted, she was pregnant. Modern testing has found that this is not entirely absurd, since the urine of pregnant women can promote germination, though the further claim in the text that the grain which sprouts predicts the child's sex has no basis at all. Mathematics was practical. The surviving mathematical papyri are collections of worked problems. How much grain is in this granary? How many loaves from this much flour? How to divide 9 loaves among 10 men? How to calculate the slope of a pyramid face? They handled fractions by expressing everything as sums of unit fractions, which is cumbersome but works, and they had tables to help. They could calculate the area of a circle by a method that amounts to using a value for pi of about 3.16, which is close enough to build with. They could work out the volume of a truncated pyramid, which is a genuinely non-trivial piece of geometry. They surveyed constantly, because they had to. Every flood erased the field boundaries, and every year the boundaries had to be re-established from markers and records, or there would have been permanent war in the villages. The rope stretchers who did this work with knotted cords are shown in tomb paintings, and the temple foundation ceremony included a ritual stretching of the cord, performed by the king. Astronomy was observational and religious in equal measure. They mapped groups of stars into their own constellations, which do not match ours. The constellation we call the Great Bear was to them the foreleg of a bull. They tracked the decans, 36 star groups whose successive risings divided the night, and painted them on coffin lids and tomb ceilings as a kind of clock. They watched Sirius, whose reappearance in the dawn sky heralded the flood. They aligned buildings to the cardinal points with great precision, and aligned some temples to the sunrise at a significant point in the year. They did not, so far as we can tell, use their astronomy to predict much. They were not looking for laws. They were keeping time, and keeping faith. Engineering, by contrast, they pushed as far as it would go with the tools available. Copper and later bronze chisels for soft stone. For granite, pounding with balls of dolerite, a harder stone, and sawing and drilling with copper tools fed with abrasive sand, which does the actual cutting. Enormous weights moved on sledges over prepared trackways, with water or slurry poured in front to reduce friction. A technique shown quite explicitly in one tomb painting, where a man stands on the front of a sledge carrying a colossal statue, pouring liquid from a jar, a detail that Egyptologists overlooked for a century and physicists confirmed in a laboratory. Obelisks were quarried by cutting trenches around the shaft while it was still attached to the bedrock, then freeing it underneath, then moving it to the river and transporting it on a barge. Raising it at the far end was the hard part, and we are not certain how they did it. The leading suggestion is a sand-filled funnel that allowed the base to be lowered gradually into position as sand was let out. Hatshepsut's inscription claims 2 great obelisks were quarried, transported and erected in 7 months, which if true is astonishing and if false is still an interesting boast. And underlying everything was writing. Hieroglyphs were the monumental script, beautiful, laborious, used on temples, tombs and formal texts, and never really simplified because their appearance was part of their power. Alongside them, from very early on, ran hieratic, a flowing cursive version written with a reed brush on papyrus, used for everything practical: letters, accounts, contracts, literature, medicine. Much later, in the late period, an even faster and more abbreviated script called demotic developed for everyday use. Papyrus was made from the pith of the papyrus reed, cut into strips, laid in 2 crossed layers, pressed and dried, the plant's own sap binding it. The result is a light, strong, flexible writing surface that lasts thousands of years in dry conditions, and Egypt exported it across the Mediterranean world for centuries. Scribes carried a wooden palette with cakes of black and red ink, black for the body of the text, red for headings and totals and dangerous words. Our word paper comes from papyrus, and the practice of writing important headings in red survives in the word rubric. Egyptian art looks the way it does on purpose, and the purpose was not naturalism. A figure in a tomb painting is shown with the head in profile, the eye from the front, the shoulders square on, the torso twisting to a profile at the waist, the legs in profile, and both feet usually shown from the inside. It is anatomically impossible, and it is not a failure of skill, as anyone can tell by looking at the same artist's rendering of a duck or a fish or a bull, which are accurate enough to identify the species. The logic is that the image shows what a thing most essentially is, rather than how it happened to look from one arbitrary viewpoint at one moment. The eye seen from the front is the most eye-like eye. The shoulders seen square show 2 arms and their full width. This is a picture that contains complete information, and completeness mattered because these images were functional. A painted offering table with painted bread and beer had to work forever, and a defective picture might produce a defective result. In some tombs, the hieroglyphs of dangerous creatures were deliberately drawn incomplete, snakes cut in half, birds without legs, so that they could not come to life and cause trouble in the sealed chamber. Scale followed importance, not perspective. The tomb owner is the largest figure. His wife is smaller, his children smaller again, his servants smaller still, and enemies smallest of all. Kings in battle scenes are gigantic. This is not naivety. It is a diagram of significance. Artists worked to a grid ruled onto the wall before drawing began, with fixed proportions for the human figure, counted in squares from the sole of the foot to the hairline. The system changed slightly across the periods, which allows specialists to date a fragment from the proportions alone. Within those constraints there was enormous variety and real virtuosity, and where the rules were relaxed, in scenes of servants, animals, foreigners and daily life, the observation is sharp and often funny. A girl pulling another's hair in a squabble, a herdsman with a hernia, an exhausted worker asleep under a tree, a monkey biting somebody. Color carried meaning. Black was the color of the fertile soil and therefore of rebirth, not of evil. Green was new growth and health. Red was the sun, blood, energy, and also danger and the desert. Blue was the sky, the water, and the divine. Gold was the flesh of the gods. and silver their bones. Men were conventionally painted a darker reddish-brown, and women a paler yellow, a convention about outdoor and indoor life, rather than a description of actual complexions. Architecture was symbolic to its bones. Temple columns were carved as bundles of papyrus stalks, or lotus stems, or palm fronds, with capitals shaped as buds or open flowers, because the temple was a model of the world. The primeval marsh at the edges, the mound of creation at the center, the ceiling painted deep blue with yellow stars because it was the sky. The floor level rose slightly, and the ceiling dropped as you walked inwards, so the space closed in around you as you approached the sanctuary, and the light dwindled, step by step, from open court to shadowed hall to total darkness. You were walking backwards through creation, towards the moment before anything existed. Pylons, the great sloping twin towers at the entrance, represented the horizon between the two hills where the sun rose. Obelisks were petrified rays of light. Sphinxes lining an avenue were guardians. Everything meant something. And then there were the symbols themselves, which have outlived the civilization and gone wandering around the world. The Ankh, a looped cross, the sign for life, held by gods and offered to the nose of the king. Nobody is certain what object it originally represented. A sandal strap is the most common suggestion, which is either wonderfully mundane or wrong. The Eye of Horus, the eye lost in the fight with Seth and restored by Thoth, the emblem of healing, wholeness and protection, painted on coffins and on the prows of boats, and worn as an amulet by more or less everybody. The scarab. Egyptians watched the dung beetle roll a ball of dung across the ground and push it into a hole, and later watched new beetles emerge apparently from nothing, and concluded that this small insect was an image of the sun being rolled across the sky and of life generating itself out of matter. Scarabs were carved by the million, used as amulets, as seals with inscriptions on the flat underside, and as commemorative issues. Amenhotep III put out large scarabs announcing his marriage and his lion hunts, which is essentially a press release in beetle form, and the cartouche, an oval of rope with a knot at one end, drawn around a royal name. The rope encircled everything the sun goes round, which is to say everything the king ruled, and it also protected the name inside it, which brings us to the most serious thing in Egyptian culture. A name was not a label. A name was a component of a person, as real as the body. To speak the name of the dead was to sustain them. Tomb inscriptions plead with passing visitors to say the name aloud and recite the offering formula, promising that it costs nothing but breath. Statues were set up in temples specifically so that the name would be read by priests for generations, which means that erasing a name was not vandalism. It was a form of killing that reached beyond death. When Akhenaten's agents chiseled out the name of Amun from 1,000 walls, when Horemheb erased Akhenaten, when Thutmose III's officials removed Hatshepsut, when later kings hacked out the cartouches of rivals, they were not merely rewriting history for the living. They believed they were destroying something that still existed. It is a strange and rather chilling thought that the most thorough act of violence available in ancient Egypt was performed with a chisel on a wall, in silence, long after the victim was dead. Merneptah, the elderly son who finally succeeded Ramses II, faced something new. A large invasion from the west, Libyan tribes moving into the delta, not as raiders, but with their families and cattle, looking for land. They were accompanied by allies described as coming from the sea, with names that scholars have been arguing about ever since. Merneptah defeated them. He also left a victory stela, describing a campaign in Canaan, and on it, among a list of defeated peoples and places, appears a name written with the sign for a people rather than a territory. It is the earliest known mention of Israel outside the Bible, and it has caused a very great deal of scholarly ink to be spilt, which is a lot of consequence for one line in a triumph inscription. A generation later, Under Ramses III, the pressure returned much worse. The Eastern Mediterranean, in the 12th century before our era, went through something close to a systemic collapse. Within a period of decades, the Hittite Empire ceased to exist. The great trading city of Ugarit was destroyed and never rebuilt, and among its ruins was found a tablet, still in the kiln, describing enemy ships appearing, and the city's own fleet being away. Mycenaean palace civilization in Greece fell, and writing disappeared from Greece for centuries. Cities across Cyprus, Syria, and Canaan were burned. The interlocking system of trade, tribute, and diplomacy that had connected the Bronze Age world came apart. The causes are debated and are probably multiple: drought and famine, indicated by climate proxies and by desperate letters requesting grain; earthquakes; the collapse of trade in tin, without which bronze cannot be made; internal revolt; and migrations of displaced peoples moving by land and sea. The groups the Egyptians recorded as the Sea Peoples were probably one symptom rather than the cause. Their names have been tentatively connected to later populations around the Mediterranean, and one group is very widely identified with the people the Bible calls the Philistines. But identifications built on the resemblance of names are treacherous, and the truthful position is that we do not know who most of them were, or where they came from. What we do know is that they came to Egypt, and that Ramses III fought them twice, by land in Canaan, and then in a naval battle in the mouths of the Delta. The temple walls at Medinet Habu show it: Egyptian ships with grappling hooks and archers, enemy vessels capsizing, men in feathered headdresses falling into the water, and the king shooting from the shore. He won, and Egypt was the only major power in the region to come through the collapse intact, but poorer. The empire in Asia shrank to almost nothing over the following decades. The trade networks that had brought copper and tin and luxury goods were gone. Grain prices in Egypt rose steeply and stayed high, and it was under this pressure that the rations at Deir el-Medina failed, and the tomb builders staged their sit-down protest. Ramses III also faced a conspiracy inside his own palace. The trial documents survive, and they are extraordinary. A secondary wife plotted with officials of the harem administration, the treasury, and the army to kill the king and put her own son on the throne. Wax figures were made for magical purposes. The plot was discovered. Judges were appointed. More than 30 people were condemned, and some were permitted to take their own lives. A few of the judges themselves were later punished for improperly consorting with the accused during the trial. Examination of Ramses III's mummy in 2012 revealed a deep cut across the throat, concealed by the wrappings and by an amulet, severing the windpipe and the major vessels. The conspiracy, it appears, succeeded in its immediate aim, even though it failed politically. After him, 8 more kings called Ramses, in decreasing order of consequence. Central authority weakened steadily. Tomb robbery became endemic, and the investigations into it show officials at every level implicated. The high priest of Amun at Thebes grew so powerful that he had himself depicted on temple walls at the same size as the king, which in Egyptian art is a declaration of intent. By the end, the last Ramses was ruling from the Delta, while Thebes and the whole of the south were effectively governed by the priesthood. The new kingdom did not fall, it dissolved. For the next 4 centuries, Egypt was a country with more than one government, and usually more than one king. Historians call it the Third Intermediate Period, and it is complicated in the way that all periods of divided rule are complicated. In the north, at Tanis in the Delta, a dynasty ruled and built a new capital largely out of stone, carted from the abandoned P-Rameses, including obelisks and colossi, with Ramses II's name still on them. Their royal tombs were built inside the temple enclosure at Tanis, and in 1939, a French archaeologist found them, intact, with silver coffins and gold masks and jewelry. It should have been the archaeological sensation of the century. It was announced in the spring of 1940, and the world had other things on its mind. In the south, Thebes was ruled by the high priests of Amun, who commanded the army of Upper Egypt, wrote their names in cartouches, and dated documents by their own years of office. The relationship with the north was not usually hostile. The two families intermarried, and the arrangement seems to have been a recognized division rather than a civil war. Then came the Libyans, descendants of the tribes who had been fought and settled by earlier kings, had been living in Egypt for generations, particularly in the Delta, retaining their own tribal structures and chiefly titles while becoming culturally Egyptian. Eventually, one of their leading families took the throne outright. Shoshenq I founded a vigorous dynasty, reasserted control over Thebes by installing his own son as high priest, and campaigned in Canaan. A list of towns he claimed to have taken is carved at Karnak, and a king by a very similar name appears in the biblical account of a raid on Jerusalem in the same era, which is one of the few places where Egyptian and biblical chronology touch closely enough to argue about. His successors could not hold it together. The Libyan system of hereditary chiefdoms fragmented into rival dynasties, ruling simultaneously from different delta cities, each with a king, each with an army, each with a claim. At its worst, there were 4 or 5 kings in Egypt at once, plus assorted independent princes. And while the north splintered, something was rising in the south that nobody expected. Nubia had never been an empty land. The kingdom of Kerma had been a serious power in the Middle Kingdom. Then Egypt conquered Nubia in the New Kingdom and held it for 500 years, and in those centuries Nubian elites became thoroughly Egyptianized. They worshipped Amun, they wrote in hieroglyphs, they built Egyptian-style temples, they buried their dead in Egyptian style. When Egyptian control withdrew, that culture did not withdraw with it. At Napata, near the Fourth Cataract, beneath a flat-topped sacred mountain, there was a great temple of Amun, founded in the days of the empire, and around it, in the 8th century before our era, a Kushite royal family had built a kingdom that was rich in gold, cattle, and manpower, and that regarded itself as the legitimate custodian of the traditions Egypt had let slip. Their king Piye moved north. His account of the campaign, on a granite stela, is one of the great documents of Egyptian history, and one of the most unusual, because he comes across as a genuinely eccentric personality. He is scandalized by the disorder in Egypt, but his complaints are as much religious as political. He is furious when a besieged city is stormed with unnecessary slaughter. He is delighted by good horses, and appalled to find that a defeated prince's horses have been left hungry, telling the man that starving his horses is worse than anything else he has done. He insists that the defeated northern kings must purify themselves before entering his presence, and refuses entry to those who have not been circumcised or who eat fish, on grounds of ritual cleanliness. Piye took the submission of the Delta kings and then, oddly, went home to Nubia and stayed there. It was his successors who ruled Egypt directly as the 25th dynasty, and they were, by most measures, excellent pharaohs. They restored temples that had been neglected for generations. They revived Old Kingdom artistic styles and archaic language in their inscriptions, deliberately reaching back over the mess of the intervening centuries to connect themselves to the great past. They built at Karnak, and in Nubia they began, after a gap of well over 1,000 years, to build pyramids again over their own tombs, steep-sided and small and beautiful. And they built so many of them that Sudan today contains roughly twice as many pyramids as Egypt does. The greatest of them was Taharqa, whose reign was prosperous and whose building program was enormous. And his problem was Assyria. The Assyrian Empire was the most efficient military machine the Near East had yet produced, and it was expanding into the Levant, where Egypt had ancient interests, and where small kingdoms kept hoping Egypt would help them resist. Egypt intervened, sometimes effectively enough to be a nuisance, and Assyria decided to deal with the source. The invasions came in the 670s and 660s. Memphis fell. Taharqa retreated south. He came back. He was driven out again. His successor Tantamani retook Memphis briefly, and the Assyrians returned in force, and this time went all the way to Thebes and sacked it, carrying off an immense quantity of plunder, including 2 obelisks. The sack of Thebes shocked the region so badly that a Hebrew prophet used it as a warning to Nineveh. If that could happen to Thebes, nowhere was safe. The Kushite kings withdrew to Nubia permanently, but their kingdom did not end. It continued for another 1,000 years, moving its center further south to Meroe, developing its own written language, which we can read phonetically, but still cannot fully translate, trading with the Mediterranean world and with India, smelting iron, and building temples and pyramids until the 4th century of our era. Egypt's story was ending. Nubia's had a very long way still to run. The Assyrians could not hold Egypt either. They installed local rulers in the delta to govern for them, and one of those rulers, Psamtik of Sais, quietly did what client kings always do when the empire's attention wanders. He built up his own power, absorbed his rivals, and became king of a reunified Egypt in his own right. The dynasty he founded, the 26th, ruled for well over a century, and it was the last great flowering of pharaonic Egypt. The beginning of lights. Psamtik and his successors ran a deliberate revival. Artists were sent to copy old kingdom reliefs and statues. Texts were composed in archaic language. Ancient titles were resurrected. The funerary religion was reorganized with the compilation of a more systematic collection of spells. Some Site sculpture so accomplished a pastiche of Old Kingdom work that it has been misdated by experts. It was not nostalgia for its own sake. It was a state making a case that it was the true continuation of a tradition that had been interrupted. At the same time, they were thoroughly modern. Psamtik took power partly with the help of Greek and Carian mercenaries, and Greek soldiers remained a fixture of the Egyptian army from then on. A group of them, sent south on a campaign, carved their names on the leg of a colossus at Abu Simbel, which is the oldest Greek graffiti in the world. Greek traders were given a dedicated city in the delta at Naucratis, where they could live under their own laws and worship their own gods, and, crucially, where the Egyptian state could tax and monitor all Greek commerce in one place. Egypt in this period was a wealthy trading nation, looking outward, contracting foreign labor and buying foreign expertise. A later king reportedly commissioned a Phoenician crew to sail around Africa, and they reported after 3 years that at one point the sun had been on their right hand, to the north, which the historian who recorded it found unbelievable, and which is exactly what would happen if you rounded the cape. The story may be false. The detail that made it implausible to an ancient reader is the detail that makes it plausible to us. There were also grand religious enterprises. The great burial vaults for the sacred Apis bulls at Saqqara, where each bull, regarded as a living manifestation of Pietà, was mummified and interred in a granite sarcophagus, weighing 70 tons in a gallery cut through the rock. But the world was changing faster than Egypt could adapt. Assyria fell to a coalition of Babylonians and Medes, and Egypt, oddly, had fought at the end on the Assyrian side, preferring a weakened old enemy to a strong new one. Babylon then took the Levant and defeated an Egyptian army at Carchemish, and Egypt's ambitions in Asia were finished for good. And then, out of the east, faster than anyone had thought possible, came something bigger than either. The Persian Empire, assembled within a single generation by Cyrus the Great, was the largest state the world had yet seen. In 525 before our era, his son Cambyses II turned on Egypt, defeated the Egyptian army at Pelusium in the eastern delta, and took the country. Greek writers give Cambyses a monstrous reputation in Egypt. They say he stabbed the sacred Apis bull, mocked the gods, opened tombs, burned mummies, and behaved like a madman. This account has been the standard one for 2,500 years, and it has not survived scrutiny well. The burial records of the Apis bulls show a bull interred with proper ceremony during Cambyses' reign, in a sarcophagus he dedicated. A senior Egyptian official named Ujahoresnet, who served both the last native king and the Persians, left a statue with a long inscription describing how he taught Cambyses the proper titles and forms, how the king was crowned in the Egyptian manner, and how he ordered the temple of Neith at Sais cleared of foreign squatters and its rituals restored. That is a self-serving text by a man who changed sides. It is also contemporary, which the Greek stories are not. Something did happen, though. There is evidence that temple revenues were cut sharply under Persian administration, and for a temple establishment used to unlimited royal generosity, a foreign king who audits the books is indistinguishable from a devil. The story of Cambyses the madman may be, in part, the revenge of an offended priesthood transmitted to credulous Greek tourists. Egypt became a satrapy, a province of the empire, governed by a satrap answering to the great king. It was a rich province and a resentful one. Darius I, the great administrator of the Persian system, treated it seriously and well. He ordered the codification of Egyptian law, had scholars compile the traditional legal customs, built a temple in the oasis at Karga, and completed a canal from the Nile to the Red Sea, marking it with stelae in both Egyptian and Persian, and boasting that ships now sailed from Egypt to Persia. He appears on monuments as a pharaoh, in the correct regalia, offering to the gods. But Egypt rebelled, again and again. There was a revolt at the end of Darius's reign, and another under his successor, backed by Athenian ships, which lasted years before it was crushed. And in 404, taking advantage of a Persian succession crisis, Egypt broke away completely and stayed independent for 60 years, under 3 native dynasties, the last that Egypt would ever have. They survived by hiring Greek mercenaries and generals in enormous numbers and by exploiting Persian distraction, and they built handsomely, and one of them, Nectanebo II, is the last native Egyptian to rule Egypt. In 343, the Persians came back and took the country again, and this second occupation does appear to have been genuinely brutal. It was also brief. 10 years later, the Persian Empire itself was gone. Alexander of Macedon came down from Palestine in 332, 24 years old, having already beaten the Persian king in the field twice. The Persian satrap in Egypt surrendered without a fight. There was no siege, no battle, no destruction. Greek sources say he was received as a liberator, and although we should be careful with that word, since a Macedonian army was still a foreign army, it is entirely plausible that after a decade of harsh Persian rule, most Egyptians did not much mind the change. Alexander did the intelligent thing. He went to Memphis, sacrificed to the Apis bull and to the Egyptian gods, and was crowned as pharaoh in the traditional manner. Whatever he personally believed, he understood that in Egypt, legitimacy was a religious question. Then he did 2 things that outlasted him. He went west, along the coast and then inland across the desert, to the oasis of Siwa, where there was an oracle of Amun that the Greeks identified with Zeus. The journey took days through waterless country, and the accounts describe rain falling at the right moment, and crows or snakes guiding the party when they lost the road, which is what accounts do when the person involved becomes a legend. What happened at the oracle is unknown. Alexander went in alone. He came out and said that he had received the answer he wished for, and thereafter he was addressed in Egypt as the son of Amun, and coins struck after his death show him with the curling ram's horns of the god growing from his temples. And on the coast, on a strip of land between the sea and a lake, beside a small fishing village, he marked out the plan of a city. Alexandria was laid out on a grid, with a great harbor sheltered by an island, a causeway to that island, wide colonnaded streets, and space for a population that would grow to several 100,000. It was Greek in design and Greek in language, positioned to face the Mediterranean rather than the Nile, and it would become the largest and richest city in the ancient world after Rome, and one of the most brilliant. Alexander left Egypt within a year and never returned alive. He died at Babylon 9 years later, at 32, and his empire was divided among his generals in a series of wars that lasted 4 decades. And one of those generals, a shrewd and unromantic Macedonian named Ptolemy, took Egypt, which everyone recognized was the best of the available pieces, rich, defensible, and fed by a river that did not fail. He also, in one of the great acts of political theater in ancient history, hijacked Alexander's funeral procession. The body, embalmed and being carried back towards Macedon, was intercepted and diverted to Egypt, where it was eventually placed in a magnificent tomb in Alexandria. Possessing the founder's body made Ptolemy the founder's heir. Roman emperors would come to view it for centuries. Then, at some point in late antiquity, it disappears from the record, and nobody has found it since. The dynasty Ptolemy founded ruled Egypt for nearly 300 years, which is longer than most Egyptian dynasties managed, and it never stopped being foreign. The Ptolemies were Macedonian Greeks. They spoke Greek at court, married within the family in the Macedonian and increasingly the Egyptian royal manner, and administered the country in Greek through a bureaucracy staffed largely by Greek-speaking immigrants. Greek was the language of government, and an Egyptian who wanted to rise had to learn it. Alexandria was a Greek city that happened to be in Egypt, and its citizens sometimes described themselves as being at Egypt rather than in it. And at the same time, they were pharaohs, and they took the role seriously, because they had to. They were crowned in the Egyptian manner at Memphis. They appear on temple walls in the traditional kilt and crown, making offerings to the gods in perfect hieroglyphic captions, indistinguishable in style from kings 2,000 years earlier. They funded temple building on a scale not seen since the New Kingdom, and it is a fact worth pausing on that the best preserved Egyptian temples standing today, at Edfu, at Dendera, at Kom Ombo, at Philae, are not the work of Ramses or Thutmose, but of Greek kings with names like Ptolemy and queens called Cleopatra and Berenice. If you have seen photographs of an Egyptian temple with its roof still on and its reliefs crisp, you have almost certainly been looking at Ptolemaic work. They also engineered a religious compromise. A new god, Serapis, was promoted, a deity combining Osiris and the Apis bull with the appearance and attributes of Greek gods, shown as a bearded man with a grain measure on his head. He was designed more or less deliberately to be worshipable by both communities, and he became genuinely popular, though the Egyptians largely went on worshipping Osiris, as they always had, and the Greeks treated Serapis as a Greek god with an exotic accent. The intellectual achievement of Alexandria was extraordinary, and it was state-funded. At the center of it was the Mausion, a temple of the Muses that functioned as a research institution, scholars given lodging, meals, salaries, and freedom from taxes and duties, with no obligation except to think. Attached to it was the library, whose ambition was nothing less than to collect every book in the world. Agents were sent to buy manuscripts. Ships arriving in the harbor were searched, and any books found were confiscated, copied, and the copy returned to the owner while the original stayed. The catalogue alone ran to 120 scrolls. The results speak for themselves. Euclid organized geometry into a system that was still being taught from in the 20th century. Eratosthenes calculated the circumference of the Earth by comparing the angle of the noon sun at 2 places a known distance apart, and got a figure within a few percent of the correct one, using nothing but a stick, a well, and arithmetic. Aristarchus proposed that the Earth orbits the Sun 17 centuries before Copernicus, and was not believed. Herophilus and Erasistratus dissected human bodies, which was forbidden almost everywhere else in the ancient world, and distinguished nerves from tendons, described the brain as the center of the nervous system, and traced the anatomy of the eye, the liver, and the reproductive organs. Hero later built steam devices and automata. The text of Homer was edited into essentially the form we still read. And the lighthouse. On the island of Pharaohs at the harbor mouth stood a tower some 120 meters high, in 3 tapering stages, with a fire burning at the top and a mirror to project the light. It stood for over 1,600 years, surviving until a series of earthquakes brought it down in the 14th century of our era, and some of its stone was used to build a fort on the same spot. Divers have since recovered enormous blocks and statues from the seabed around the site. Its name became the word for lighthouse in several languages. As for the library's destruction, the popular story of one catastrophic fire that burned the accumulated knowledge of antiquity in a night is not supported by the evidence. There was a fire during Julius Caesar's campaign in Alexandria, which certainly destroyed a large number of books, possibly warehoused stock near the docks. There was damage during later Roman civil disturbance. There was the destruction of the Serapeum, which held a daughter collection, in a religious riot in the 4th century. And there was, running through all of it, a slower and less dramatic process. The withdrawal of royal funding, the departure of scholars, the failure to recopy scrolls as they decayed, and the gradual loss of institutional purpose. Libraries do not usually die in a blaze. They die of neglect, in installments, and nobody writes a poem about it. Politically, the Ptolemaic story is one of a strong start and a long, undignified decline. The first 3 Ptolemies were capable rulers who fought successful wars in Syria and the Aegean and made Egypt a naval power. After that, the family began to eat itself. There were murders of brothers, mothers, wives, and children. There were rival claimants supported by rival factions in Alexandria. There were periods when 2 Ptolemies ruled different parts of the country and hated each other. The Alexandrian mob became a political force capable of deposing a king. Court eunuchs and generals made and unmade rulers. Meanwhile, the Egyptian population, taxed heavily to pay for foreign wars, and administered in a language most of them could not read, rebelled. There was a serious revolt in the south that produced 2 native pharaohs ruling from Thebes for 20 years, and it took a long campaign to end it. Thebes rose again later, and was punished so severely that it never recovered as a city, and behind everything, growing, was Rome. Ptolemaic kings began appealing to Rome to settle their family disputes, which is always the last mistake a small state makes. One king was ordered out of Egypt by a single Roman envoy who drew a circle in the sand around him and told him to give his answer before he stepped out of it, and the king obeyed. Another, expelled by his own people, went to Rome, borrowed a colossal sum from Roman financiers to bribe his way back, and then taxed Egypt to repay it, with a Roman banker installed to supervise the collection. That king was Ptolemy XII. He died in 51 before our era, leaving his kingdom to his 18-year-old daughter and her 10-year-old brother, jointly. The daughter's name was Cleopatra. Almost everything most people know about her is wrong, and most of the wrongness was manufactured by her enemies within a few years of her death, and has been repeated ever since. Start with the basics. She was Macedonian Greek by descent, the product of generations of close family intermarriage, and we do not know who her mother was. She was the 7th Cleopatra in her family, and by no means the first formidable one. She was highly educated, which was normal for a Ptolemaic princess, and less normal in what it produced. She is reported to have been fluent in a remarkable number of languages, and to have been the first ruler of her dynasty in 300 years to learn Egyptian, which after 3 centuries of Greek-speaking pharaohs is a genuinely striking political decision. As for her appearance, our best evidence is her coinage, which she controlled, and which shows a woman with a prominent hooked nose, a strong chin, and a determined expression. A contemporary Greek writer, hardly a partisan, remarked that her beauty was not in itself incomparable, but that her presence was irresistible, that her voice was a delight, and that her conversation and her intelligence were what did the damage. That is a description of charisma and skill, not of a face. Her reign began badly. Within 3 years, the faction around her young brother Ptolemy III, led by a eunuch minister and a general, had driven her out of Alexandria. She went east and raised an army, and then the Roman civil war arrived on her doorstep. Pompey the Great, defeated by Julius Caesar in Greece, fled to Egypt, expecting refuge from a family his patronage had helped. Ptolemy I's advisors decided that a dead Pompey would please the winner more than a living one would please the loser, and had him killed in a small boat as he was rowed ashore, in sight of his wife on the ship behind. When Caesar arrived days later and was presented with the head, the sources say he wept, which may even have been sincere. Caesar stayed, ostensibly to arbitrate the sibling dispute, and Cleopatra needed to reach him before her brother's people could. The famous story is that she was carried into the palace, rolled up in a bed sack, or a carpet in later tellings, and delivered to Caesar's room. The earliest surviving version says a sack for bedclothes. Either way, the essential point stands. At 21, cut off from her capital, she got herself past a hostile army and into a private audience with the most powerful man in the world, and she made her case. What followed was the Alexandrian War, months of street fighting in the city, Caesar's small force besieged in the palace quarter, the fire in the harbor that destroyed books, the eventual arrival of relief, and the defeat and drowning of Ptolemy III in the Nile. Cleopatra was restored, now with a younger brother as nominal co-ruler and a Roman garrison to keep her in place. She and Caesar had a son. She named him Ptolemy Caesar, and the Alexandrians called him Caesarion. Caesar never formally acknowledged him in law, which mattered later, but he installed Cleopatra in a villa across the Tiber in Rome during her long visit there, and a golden statue of her was placed in the Temple of Venus, which Roman conservatives found intolerable. Then, in March of 44, Caesar was murdered in Rome, and Cleopatra went home very quickly. The Roman world split again. Cleopatra had to choose, and the man who came out of the wars in control of the East was Mark Antony. He summoned her to Tarsus to explain her conduct during the recent fighting. She arrived on a barge with a gilded stern and purple sails, dressed as Aphrodite, with attendants dressed as nymphs, and the scent of incense reaching the crowds on the riverbank before the ship did, and she declined to disembark, inviting him aboard to dinner instead. She was answering a summons on her own terms, in a piece of political stagecraft, aimed at an audience of thousands, and it worked. The alliance that followed was personal, and it was also entirely rational for both parties. Antony needed money and grain, and a naval base to attack Parthia. Cleopatra needed a protector powerful enough to guarantee her throne and the succession of her son, and she wanted territory back. She got parts of Cyprus, Cyrenaica, and the Levantine coast, including the balsam and bitumen production that Egypt lacked. They had 3 children, twins, and a younger son. In 34, in Alexandria, Antony staged the ceremony that his enemies would use to destroy him. Cleopatra was proclaimed Queen of Kings. Caesarion was declared the true son of Julius Caesar and co-ruler, and their children were given crowns and vast territories, some of which Antony did not actually control. The donations of Alexandria were partly a piece of Eastern theater, and partly a serious statement about how the eastern half of the Roman world would be organized. In Rome, Octavian presented it as a Roman general giving away Roman provinces to a foreign queen and her half-Egyptian children. Octavian was very good at this. He built a propaganda campaign of remarkable efficiency. Antony had gone native, was drunk, was enslaved by a woman, had abandoned Roman virtue for Eastern luxury. Cleopatra was a sorceress, a whore, a monster who intended to dictate law on the capital. Crucially, Octavian declared war on Cleopatra rather than on Antony, so that it could be presented as a foreign war rather than another round of Romans killing Romans. The war was decided at sea, off Actium, on the western coast of Greece, in September of 31. Antony's fleet was heavier but undermanned and short of supplies, and his army had been suffering from disease and desertion for months. The battle itself was indecisive and messy, and partway through, Cleopatra's squadron broke through the line and sailed south, and Antony followed with a portion of his fleet. The rest surrendered. Whether this was a prearranged plan to break out with the treasury, or a collapse, or a betrayal, has been argued about ever since, and the sources are hopelessly compromised by the fact that the winner wrote them. They had a year. Antony's remaining forces melted away. Octavian advanced on Egypt and reached Alexandria in the summer of 30. On the 1st of August, the last of Antony's troops surrendered without a fight. Antony, told that Cleopatra was dead, ran himself onto his sword. It was a lie, or a misunderstanding, and he was carried, dying, to the mausoleum where she had shut herself in with her treasure, and hauled up through a window, and he died there. Cleopatra was taken alive. She had a final interview with Octavian, and the sources disagree entirely about what was said. What is clear is what she concluded: that she would be kept alive to be led in chains through Rome in a triumph, displayed to the crowds she had been caricatured to, and that this was unacceptable. On the 12th of August, 30 before our era, she dressed in her royal regalia, sent Octavian a letter asking to be buried with Antony, and died in the mausoleum with 2 of her women, both of whom died with her. She was 39. The asp is a story, and the sources treat it as one. Some say a snake was smuggled in among figs. Some say 2 snakes. Some say she used a poisoned pin or comb. The Roman historians note the different versions and admit they do not know, and record that no snake was ever found, though a track was reported on the sand outside. Modern scholars have pointed out that cobra venom is neither quick nor dignified in its effects, and that a woman who had reportedly studied poisons would have had far more reliable options. The cobra was also the royal emblem worn on the pharaoh's brow, which makes it a suspiciously perfect symbol, and there is a minority view that she was quietly killed on Octavian's orders. There is no way to settle it, and the uncertainty is more interesting than the legend. Caesarion, aged 17, had been sent south towards the Red Sea coast to escape. He was persuaded to return, or intercepted, and killed. Octavian is reported to have been advised that too many Caesars was a bad thing, and he acted on it. Antony's eldest son was killed too. The 3 children of Antony and Cleopatra were spared, taken to Rome, and raised in the household of Octavian's sister, who had been Antony's Roman wife, which is one of the strangest acts of mercy in ancient history. The daughter, Cleopatra Selene, later married the king of Mauritania and ruled there, and named her son Ptolemy. That line continued for 2 more generations, before it too was ended by a Roman emperor. Egypt became a Roman province. After 3,000 years, the throne of the pharaohs was not vacant, and was not contested. It had simply been absorbed. Octavian, soon to be called Augustus, did not treat Egypt like other provinces. It was too rich, and too easily defended, and a general who held it could starve Rome. So he made it his personal possession, governed by a prefect answerable to him alone, and forbade Roman senators from even setting foot in the country without express permission. Egypt's function in the empire was grain. Enormous fleets carried Egyptian wheat to Rome every year, feeding a population that could riot if the ships were late. Alexandria remained a great city and a great port. Trade with India through the Red Sea ports flourished as never before, and Egyptian merchants dealt in pepper, spices, ivory, and silk. For ordinary Egyptians, Roman rule meant heavier and more systematic taxation, a rigid legal hierarchy that placed Roman citizens above Greek citizens of the cities above everybody else, and compulsory labor on the canals. The papyri from Roman Egypt are an extraordinary archive of ordinary life. Tax receipts, census returns, private letters, complaints about neighbors, contracts for apprenticeships, love charms, school exercises, and a famous and chilling letter from a man away working to his pregnant wife, telling her affectionately not to worry, and then instructing her that if the child is a boy, she should keep it, and if it is a girl, she should expose it. The temples went on. Roman emperors appear on Egyptian temple walls in the kilt and crown, offering to Egyptian gods, their names written in cartouches in hieroglyphs. Augustus, Tiberius, Nero, Trajan, Hadrian, emperors who mostly never came, who could not read the captions, and who were nevertheless presented to the gods as pharaohs, because the ritual required a king, and any king would do. But the endowments shrank. Temples were brought under state supervision, their revenues audited, their priesthoods regulated and required to register. Without royal patronage, and without a purpose in the state, the great institutions slowly ran out of money and out of people. And the number of Egyptians who could read the old scripts contracted, generation by generation, to a tiny hereditary priestly minority. Hieroglyphic writing had never been widely known. Now it became rarer and stranger, and its practitioners took to elaborating it into ever more obscure forms, hundreds of new signs and cryptographic spellings, showing off within a shrinking circle. It became a secret code understood by fewer and fewer people, and then by almost nobody. Christianity arrived early and spread quickly, and it found in Egypt some of its most intense expressions: the first monasteries, the desert fathers, hermits going out into the very sands that Egyptians had always regarded as the land of chaos, and living there deliberately. Egyptian Christians, the Copts, wrote their own language in a modified Greek alphabet, which means that the last living form of ancient Egyptian survives today in the liturgy of the Coptic Church. As Christianity became the religion of the empire, the old cults were closed by law, sacrifice was banned, temples were shut or converted into churches, and in some the reliefs of the old gods were defaced or plastered over, and crosses cut into walls that had carried the names of Ramses. The last known hieroglyphic inscription was carved at the Temple of Isis on the island of Philae, near the First Cataract, in the year 394 of our era. It is a short text, a graffito by a priest, added to a wall in a temple that was by then one of the last places where the old gods were still served, kept going partly by an agreement with the Nubians to the south, who still came north to worship. A few decades later, Demotic writing stops too, with a final inscription on the same island. And a century after that, the Temple of Philae was closed by imperial order, and the priests were arrested, and the statues were taken away. The last man who could read the writing of ancient Egypt died, and nobody recorded his name, and for 1400 years, the inscriptions on every wall in Egypt were silent. They were not empty, they were covered, from top to bottom, with names and prayers and boasts and instructions, and the careful spells that were supposed to keep people alive forever. Travelers stood in front of them and could see that they said something. Scholars in Europe speculated that they were mystical symbols, a philosophical picture language encoding profound truths, which was a romantic idea and completely wrong. The sand came in through the broken roofs. The villages built houses inside the temple courts. The desert took back the tombs, and Egypt lay there, unreadable, for longer than the entire history of the Roman Empire. Egypt was never truly lost. People lived there the whole time, farmed the same fields, drew water from the same river, and walked past the same monuments every day of their lives. Medieval Arab scholars wrote about the pyramids with intelligent curiosity, measured them, speculated about who had built them and why, and recorded local traditions. One caliph is said to have had a passage forced into the Great Pyramid in search of treasure, and found none. Others quarried the smooth white casing stones off Giza to build mosques and palaces in Cairo, which is why the pyramids are stepped and rough today instead of gleaming. There were attempts at decipherment, and one Egyptian scholar working in the 10th century got remarkably close to the correct principle, recognizing that some signs stood for sounds. His work was not widely known. European travelers came in a steady trickle from the Middle Ages onwards. Pilgrims, merchants, adventurers, the occasional scholar. They brought back descriptions, drawings of varying accuracy, mummies which were ground up and sold as medicine across Europe for centuries, and a growing conviction that something enormous lay under the sand. The turning point came in 1798, and it came with an army. Napoleon Bonaparte invaded Egypt with a military expedition, and unusually, with a scientific one attached. Some 160 scholars, engineers, artists, botanists, surveyors, and mathematicians. The military campaign was a failure. The fleet was destroyed, and the army eventually surrendered. The scientific expedition changed everything. Its members measured, drew, and described monuments the length of the country with enormous care, and the result was published in Paris over 2 decades as the Description de l'Égypte, a vast set of volumes with hundreds of engravings, many of them the last accurate record of buildings that were subsequently damaged or destroyed. And in 1799, soldiers digging fortifications near the town of Rosetta in the Delta found a slab of dark stone built into an old wall. It carried an inscription in 3 scripts, hieroglyphs at the top, Demotic in the middle, Greek at the bottom. The Greek could be read. The Greek said that the text was the same in all 3. It took 23 years to crack it, and the credit is contested for good reason, because several people contributed. An English polymath, Thomas Young, made important early breaks, establishing that the cartouches contained royal names, spelled phonetically, and correctly identifying several signs. The decisive work was done by a young Frenchman, Jean-François Champollion, who had been obsessed with Egypt since childhood, and who had done something nobody else had. He had learned Coptic fluently, understanding that the language of the Egyptian church was the direct descendant of the language of the Pharaohs. That gave him a living key to a dead script. Working from the Rosetta Stone and from copies of other bilingual inscriptions, he established in September 1822 that hieroglyphs were neither purely symbolic nor purely alphabetic, but a mixed system, using signs for sounds and signs for meanings together. The story goes that he ran to his brother's office, said that he had it, and collapsed. He spent the following decade building a grammar and a dictionary, finally visited Egypt himself, read inscriptions off the walls that no one had understood for a millennium and a half, and died at 41, worn out. What followed was a century of discovery mixed with plunder, and it is impossible to tell one part honestly without the other. The early decades of Egyptology were a scramble. European consuls in Egypt competed to build collections for their governments, employing agents who were, in effect, licensed looters. A former circus strongman from Padua, Giovanni Belzoni, hauled colossal heads out of temples, blasted his way into pyramids, discovered the tomb of Seti I, and worked his way through burial chambers in a manner he cheerfully described himself as involving the crunching of bodies underfoot. Mummies were unwrapped as public entertainment in London drawing rooms. Tombs were emptied without record of where anything had come from, which destroyed information that can never be recovered. Egyptian antiquities went to Paris, London, Berlin, Turin, New York, and elsewhere, sometimes bought, sometimes taken, sometimes given away by rulers of Egypt who did not particularly value them, sometimes removed under terms that would not be legal now and were arguably not ethical then. Obelisks were shipped to European and American capitals. An entire temple was later moved to New York. Discipline arrived gradually. Auguste Mariette, appointed to run Egypt's antiquities service in the mid-19th century, began the long fight to stop the export of everything and to found a national museum. Flinders Petrie, working from the 1880s, effectively invented modern archaeological method in Egypt. He insisted on recording everything, including the ordinary objects everyone else threw away, and worked out how to date sites by the gradual changes in styles of ordinary pottery. That single insight turned digging from treasure hunting into a science. And then, in 1922, came Tutankhamun, and with him, the moment the balance began, slowly, to shift. Egyptian public opinion was inflamed by the sight of foreigners controlling access to an Egyptian king's tomb and by the disputes over who owned the contents. In the end, the entire contents stayed in Egypt, which set a precedent, and the growing national movement made the wholesale export of antiquities politically impossible. Modern Egyptology looks very different. Excavation is slower, more selective, and far more reluctant to dig at all when a site can be preserved instead. The techniques would have astonished Carter. Ground-penetrating radar and muon tomography, which uses cosmic ray particles passing through stone, have detected voids inside the Great Pyramid, including a large space above the Great Gallery, whose purpose is unknown and probably structural. Satellite imagery has identified the outlines of buried settlements, tombs, and even entire street plans invisible from the ground. CT scanning allows mummies to be examined in 3 dimensions without unwrapping them, revealing amulets, injuries, diseases, and faces. Isotope analysis of bone and teeth can indicate where a person grew up. DNA work has clarified some family relationships in the royal line, though it remains difficult because of contamination and degradation, and its results should be treated with more caution than headlines usually allow. Underwater archaeology has recovered whole sunken cities from the bay at Alexandria and from the Delta coast, where earthquakes and subsidence dropped harbors, temples, and colossal statues into the sea. Divers have brought up gods, kings, and inscriptions that nobody knew existed. And the ethical questions have not gone away. They have got sharper. Egypt has formally requested the return of a number of major objects, including the Rosetta Stone from London and the bust of Nefertiti from Berlin, and the museums holding them have so far declined. Arguments are made on both sides about legal title, conservation, accessibility, and the meaning of universal collections, and reasonable people take different views. What is no longer seriously argued is that it does not matter, or that Egypt has no standing in the conversation. After 2 centuries of work, an enormous amount of ancient Egypt remains unfound, unread, and unexplained. It is worth being specific about what we genuinely do not know, because the real gaps are far more interesting than the invented ones. We do not know the precise method by which the largest pyramids were built. We know the tools, the workforce, the quarries, and the organization. We do not know the ramp configuration, and we do not know exactly how blocks weighing 50 tons were positioned at height with the accuracy achieved. There are good competing theories and no decisive evidence. We do not know where most of the royal mummies of the Old and Middle Kingdoms are. We have the pyramids and the empty sarcophagi. Khufu's body has never been found. Neither has Khafre's, or Menkare's, or Imhotep's tomb, which is thought to be somewhere at Saqqara, and which is one of the great outstanding prizes. We do not know where Alexander the Great is buried, despite his tomb being a famous tourist attraction for 600 years, and despite a long history of confident announcements that it has been found. We do not know where Cleopatra and Antony were buried. Ancient sources say they were interred together in Alexandria, and much of ancient Alexandria is under the modern city or under the sea. An excavation at a temple site west of the city has been running for years on the theory that they were buried outside the capital, and it has found tunnels, coins, and statuary, and no tomb. We do not know the identities of a number of mummies, including several from the royal caches whose labels are missing or disputed. The occupant of a small tomb in the Valley of the Kings, containing a coffin with the name deliberately erased and remains that have been identified variously as Akhenaten, Smenkhare, and other candidates, is still argued about after a century. We do not have a fully secure chronology. Egyptian records give reign lengths and dates within reigns, but no continuous count of years from a fixed point. Dates before about the 7th century before our era are reconstructed from king lists, astronomical references, synchronisms with other cultures, and radiocarbon results, and the margin of error widens the further back you go, from a few decades in the New Kingdom to more than a century in the Old. We do not know the meaning or purpose of a number of things. Certain rituals are recorded in outline without explanation, because the people writing them down assumed everyone knew. Some texts, particularly the more esoteric underworld books, are so elusive that translations differ radically. The Meroitic script of the later Nubian kingdom can be pronounced and not understood, and there is a great deal of Egypt simply still in the ground. Estimates vary, but many archaeologists suggest that only a modest fraction of Egyptian sites have been excavated at all. Beneath the delta, where the silt has been piling up for millennia and the water table is high, entire cities that we know existed from texts have never been located. Under the fields of the valley, under modern towns, under the desert west of the Nile, there is more. There will be new tombs. There are almost certainly royal burials in the Valley of the Kings not yet found. A small one was discovered as recently as this century, and the search continues for others, including queens of the late 18th dynasty. There will be new papyri, and a single good archive can rewrite a period. Now, having said all that, let me be plain about the other kind of mystery. You will have heard claims that the pyramids were built by a lost civilization, or by visitors from elsewhere, or with technology since forgotten. These ideas are not new. They have been circulating for over a century, and they are persistent because they are entertaining and because they flatter a certain appetite for secret knowledge. There is no credible evidence for any of them. We have the quarries, with half-cut blocks still in them, and the tool marks visible. We have the ramps, the sledges, the copper tools, the workers' town, the bakeries, the cemetery, the medical care, the graffiti of the work gangs, and the diary of a man named Mera, recording his boat trips with the limestone. We have the sequence of experimental pyramids at Meidum and Dashur that shows the technique being developed by trial and error, including the failures. A lost super-civilization does not leave a trail of failed prototypes. Human beings learning a difficult job do. The claim that ancient Egyptians could not have done this is, when you look at it directly, a claim that ancient Egyptians were not clever enough, which is both wrong and rather insulting to a people who invented monumental architecture, surveying, and one of the first writing systems in the world, and who left us their names. The truth is more impressive than the fantasy. Ordinary human beings, with copper and rope and water and arithmetic, and an extraordinary talent for organization, standing in the sun, built the Great Pyramid. That is the astonishing thing. We should not give it away. The sky above the desert has turned. The stars that were low over the eastern horizon when we began are high overhead now, and the ones that were overhead have gone down behind the western cliffs, and the whole slow wheel of it has moved on exactly as it did for every one of the people we have talked about tonight. They watched this sky. That is worth sitting with for a moment. The farmer knee-deep in the flood, the scribe walking home with his pallet under his arm, the girl carrying water, the stonecutter with his hands ruined by granite, the priest closing the shrine at the end of the day, the queen on the terrace at Deir el-Bahri, the boy king who did not live to be 20, the old man at Pi Ramesses who had outlived his own sons. They all looked up at some point in their lives and saw these same stars in almost these same places, and thought whatever people think when they look up, 3,000 years, longer than that if you count from the first villages. It is a length of time that refuses to be felt properly. Try it this way instead. If a very old Egyptian scribe, dying in the reign of Cleopatra, had been able to trace back through the generations of his own profession, teacher to teacher, he would have needed something like 150 links in that chain to reach the men who kept the accounts for Khufu. 150 lifetimes of men doing the same job in the same language with the same reed pens along the same river. In that time, everything that could happen did happen. Kings were worshipped as gods and had their names hammered off the walls. Cities were founded in the desert and abandoned within 20 years. The country was invaded and recovered and invaded again. The gods changed their names and their combinations, and were closed down and reopened. Art styles came and went, and were deliberately revived 1,000 years later by people who wanted to seem old. There were golden ages, and famines, and strikes, and conspiracies, and forged documents, and corrupt officials, and honest ones. There were periods of a century or more when nothing much was built at all, and the people living through them did not know they were in an intermediate period. They thought they were simply alive, in a difficult decade, hoping the flood came right this year. And underneath the whole enormous story, the thing that actually sustained it, was millions of people whose names we will never have. For every pharaoh in this script, there were tens of thousands of farmers whose entire recorded existence is a notch on a tax assessment, or a skeleton in a pit grave with a single pot beside it, or a figure painted in the corner of somebody else's tomb, bent over a sheaf of barley, permanently. The monuments are theirs as much as anyone's. It was their grain that paid for the temples, and their backs that moved the stone, and their hands that mixed the plaster and ground the pigment. The kings wanted to be remembered forever, and they went about it with a thoroughness that has never been equaled. Millions of tons of stone, names cut deep, in hard granite, in places designed to be seen, endowments meant to fund offerings in perpetuity, spells to keep the body intact, the name spoken, the heart light on the scales. It did not work the way they intended. The offerings stopped. The endowments were seized. The tombs were robbed, most of them within a few generations, sometimes by the descendants of the men who dug them. The bodies were stripped for their amulets, and later gathered up and hidden in a cliff, and later still put in glass cases in a museum in Cairo, where anyone with a ticket can look at the face of Ramses the Great. And yet, in the only way that turned out to matter, it worked completely. Because you know his name. You knew it before tonight. You know Tutankhamun and Cleopatra and Nefertiti. You know what a pyramid is. You would recognize the profile of the Sphinx from 100 yards. And you have some idea of what an ankh looks like. 3,000 years after the fact, in a language that did not exist when they were alive, on a continent most of them never heard of, their names are still being said out loud. The Egyptians believed that saying the name of the dead sustains them. By their own definition, they are still here. Their influence never really stopped either. Their columns are in our banks and courthouses. Their obelisks stand in Paris, London, New York, Istanbul, and Rome, more of them outside Egypt now than in it. The goddess Isis was worshipped from the Nile to the north of England. The idea of judgment after death, of a soul weighed and found wanting or worthy, moved out through the ancient world and settled deep into the religions that followed. Our word for paper comes from their reeds. Our habit of dividing a day into 24 parts comes, in the end, from them. And the river is still there. That is the last thing, and it is the thing that puts it all in proportion. The Nile is still moving north tonight, past the ruined temples and the villages and the tourist boats and the cities, exactly as it was moving when the first families came out of a drying grassland looking for water. Everything in this story happened on its banks and because of it, and it did not notice any of it, and it has not stopped. So let the story go now. Let the pharaohs settle back into their sarcophagi, and the priests close the shrines for the night, and the workmen put down their tools and walk home along the edge of the fields with the light going. Let the sand keep drifting quietly against the temple walls, the way it has been doing for 2,000 years, patient and unhurried, and entirely at peace with the passage of time. The lamps in the sanctuary have gone out. The pyramids have turned to silhouettes again. The stars are out over the desert in their thousands, the same ones the ancients named and followed and painted on their ceilings so that they could keep them overhead forever. And there is nothing left to do but breathe slowly and rest and let the river carry the whole of it away downstream in the dark. Thank you for spending this time here. Sincerely, there are 1,000 things you could have been listening to tonight, and you chose to spend a few hours of your life walking through 4,000 years of somebody else's, and I do not take that lightly. Whether you have been awake for all of it, or drifted off somewhere around the Middle Kingdom, or you are hearing this in the morning wondering when exactly you lost the thread, I am glad you were here. If you have a moment before you sleep, or when you wake, leave a comment. Tell me where in the world you listened from, and what the time was. Tell me what you would like to hear about next, whatever civilization, whatever mystery, whatever question has been sitting in the back of your mind. I read them, and they shape what gets made. Now close your eyes. The river is still moving. It will still be moving in the morning. Sleep into power, guys. Good night.